Okay, I should be live now, right? Let's get on in on everything. What's going on here? Let's see. Right. I haven't streamed since last year, of course. There's a bunch of stuff I need to get caught up on and do. We'll figure that stuff out later. What do you got here? What are my alt dailies? What does my alt have? Oh, and then I have to do exoskeletons. Okay. We'll have to like double back on the exoskeleton guys after then. We'll get stuff done here and then we'll go on warp server, I guess. No real need to like rush everything from the patch yet. I haven't even looked at the new zone and anything yet. So we're like a week behind on that, but whatever. Things have just been busy this week. Okay, maybe grab. What, just one of these, I guess? Surely we can get the rest of these by the end of tomorrow, maybe. Okay. That's not quite all the points. I mean, I guess I could. I'll just have to do it this way. Where's the other one? Quick and easy. Transfer that over, and we switch over. Transfer back. Okay. Alright. Let's get everything done. Well, it looks like I'm just flying backwards, I guess. That's what it thinks, because I'm falling. Sure. Alright, let me turn up the volume a little bit. We'll aim for over here. Perfect. Okay, it's so much nicer to use this thing to move around rather than faster swinging for some stuff, because like I can at least have a lot more control and I don't have to like look as closely. For certain things. Alright, I just need to go to the other spot to do the things there, and then I need to get my alt dailies done, which is the exoskeleton stuff. And then I am right there. Was someone already here earlier? That's why everything's dead. Okay, game alive enough that someone was already here earlier. Interesting. We have that for today's join op. Okay. So I guess I'll just do the join ops first then. While I wait for them to respawn. I'll do that. Alright, let me just switch to my other set. Let me get my ult in place. Oh shit. I did not want to do that. Yeah, I wish I had a better way to track the thing. That works. Okay. Alright, how many more dailies does my ult need? Oh shit, my ult needs... Fuck, I need to get the drones on my ult as well. Alright, give me a sec. Okay, now I need to go get the thing on my ult. The last daily done. Anything else I need to get done here? Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Alright. What else is it that I need to get done? Oh, no wonder my keyboard keeps sliding. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look for a place to like get replacement rubber grips for my keyboard. Because now it just keeps sliding around on my board. On my lap board thing that I use. So I can do stuff from my bed. I'm gonna need to go grab and get something to stick underneath there. Wait, how are you doing, Flagger? How are you doing? Okay. Alright, let me get my ult to the safe spot. And then I'll pass my alt lead and then warp to it. And then I have one more join op to do, and then there's the other stuff. It was fine. Nothing too crazy. Though I got a bit of a cold. So I took extra time off. But yeah. It is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Okay. Time for another join op, and then I can solo the raid in final trial now. At this point, it's actually kind of funny. Like, I can actually just straight up solo it now. Alright, let's go get the thing done here. Got that one done. Okay, after this, then we can get on to the next thing. Let's get on to the next thing, which is the raid and final trial. Alright, we gotta do a raid and final trial now. So let's get that done. Anything else I'm missing here? Don't think so. Okay. Let's get that done then. Need to change my Alta Benediction. I gotta do that first. Wait, one sec. There we go. Let's see. People are doing Queen Zeno, Avoid Abyss, other stuff. There's some groups for new boss. Haven't done any of that yet. Doesn't matter. Watch this. Alright. Let me get raid done first, then I'll do a final trial. At least this raid is like simple and easy enough to just solo. No need for really anything. And then the final trial I can solo it after. It's gonna be a bit awkward, but I can do it. Because these things are easy enough. Easy. So there's that mission taken care of. I guess I can like record the final trial one. Right, because it should be easy enough to do anyways. Give me a sec. Oh wait, what I can do actually. It was fine. Oh yeah, watch this. Here's what I'm gonna do right now. Right, because now we have to do like, oh wait 1 sec. But yeah, so here's what we're gonna do now. Because they added the thing where I have to do a daily, weekly raid and a one challenge and final trial one challenge, sometimes I don't feel like getting a group. So, we're gonna solo it. And by we're, I mean I'm gonna solo it. Just me and myself. So you have my multi-boxing setup here, right? This one's gonna be a bit annoying at the start because you immediately aggro the first boss for some reason. So I'm gonna have to go take care of that. And then like somehow maneuver both of these accounts because one of them is just gonna be there to heal myself. Yeah, so we're just getting rid of Iron Tomb right now. Right, like I'm just straight up soloing this shit. Okay, now for the next part. Alright. Right, this is the easy part. Just solo final trial. No group, no problem. I see, yeah, I saw your thing before. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah, who needs 8 players for this shit when I can do it myself? Right, who needs 8 players? This is funny. Final trial indeed. Yep. Oh, don't worry, it gets even more so in the sequels. I'm hoping when they eventually get to the Sky the Third, they don't censor Star Door 15. People need to experience the true Star Door 15. The true pairing of paradise. But yeah, there we go. Easy. Right, that's final trial soloed. Easy. Easy. Mm-hmm. Oh, you'll see. Oh, that's not even like current tension in the thing. That's like old stuff. If you paid attention, it's not even their current. It's just like the fallout afterwards. You'll see a lot more of it though in Sky Second Chapter. Especially because they show Hamel in Sky Second Chapter, at least a glimpse of Hamel. Yes. Let's just say you're way too innocent for Star Door 15. So, like, to put things into perspective, imagine the whole thing about Epstein Island, except instead you on top add a cult, and then on top of that, you also add drug abuse, and all sorts of other things on top because you're using them as experimental test subjects. Imagine a combination of all of those. And then you'll have at least a basic idea of what is in Star Door 15. Surely it's a paradise, right? Surely. But yeah. Imagine... Oh yeah, and it's all in the perspective from the only surviving victim. It's from the perspective of the only surviving victim. and everything that went down. Because in one of the variants of it, it did get censored in the past. That's why, like, who knows if it'll get censored in a remake. Because it is quite something. It is quite something. So much so that it even had to get censored. Okay, let's see. Can I even try to climb further? Put these bike on 75. Alright, what is Bygone 75? You know, at this point I really should try to uninstall or like stop the stupid AMD auto update pop-up. It's like never gonna freaking do anything. It hasn't done anything for like the past couple of years that I've been using this machine for. I don't think it has done anything. Oh wait, this is Fizz Flame. Okay, that's better. But people need the full experience, man. They need the full experience. They need to experience just how dark it is. It is truly something. Everyone should experience it. Everyone needs to experience it, because I said so. Yeah. Okay. That is, something. But yeah. Stardoor 15 is something, is truly something. It is truly something. Alright. But yeah, only the original PC version of Trails in the Sky the Third is uncensored. And keep in mind, they cut some scenes from that too in the original. But like, they're still in the files that you can see in the original game. They were like, there's like actually some cut from the final release of the original thing. And then it was later censored in the PS Vita version. What happened to your watch time? Why is it only 0? Did it like reset the metric or something? No, the Steam version is not censored. The Steam version is not censored. The original Steam version. It is based off of the original PC version. The one on Steam. It's not censored. The only English release of Sky the Third was translated from the original Japanese version on PC. Which is what the Steam version is. That one is not censored. But the PS Vita version is censored. The Evolution version, which is the PS Vita version. I mean, it is quite something to see Sky the Third. to see how it is there, cause like, yeah. The full thing on what happened is, it's truly something. It is truly, something. To say the least. Okay. Every element is boosted here. Including and then Lana's weapon is boosted. Cool. Can I even clear this? You should have time. That's gonna be later this year. I'm not even using drugs or anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can clear this. No drugs, no food. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna clear the latest bygone. No drugs, no food. I'm not using any food buffs. No drugs either. We're not doping today. Easy. Right, that is the highest floor. We cleared it without any drugs or food. Just cleared. Easy. Easy. I gotta get multiverse hunt and stuff. Wait, what's the level cap on the warp server now? Because I haven't like been doing stuff on it that much outside of the bare minimum for the past bit. I think I could finally get mentored. Maybe. As long as I don't level up, I could probably try to get a mentor. But yeah, we'll see. Did it just freeze? God damn it. Yeah, it did freeze. Yeah, and that's the other account there. Let me get the main ToF open again. Mm-hmm. Sure, I'll put on the cat ears. You gonna pull the newest altered guns? Right, because the last time you pulled was what? You pulled it altered last time? Like last year or something? You gonna pull on thing? On Lana get the anal? The one that they just released this patch. New altered anal. I Lana. The one I maxed out the other day. What do you mean? Anal Lana, whatever. Get her anal sticks. I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Isn't it beautiful?
This one.
Getting the hang of it. Isn't it beautiful? I'm still getting the hang of it. I love a world of silence and tranquility. Isn't it beautiful?
Her weapon also follows you. She can change element and damage type. And then she just like follows you in the background and attacks stuff. Yeah, element change is also here. I still have to pull her on my ult. I still gotta get my ult to pull Lana. You pick the element and then she does background damage. That's it. You can pick. You just pick and it shall change. And then she'll just have different numbers. Very simple moveset, really. Her basic attack thing is like this. It's that. It's just four moves. What do you mean it seems too broken? Oh, you mean this? I don't know, we just skip her discharge. I don't know even what it looks like. This one was funny. This was 286 pulls to max out. They also added a ranking thing for collecting skins now. So that's why I have this thing spinning around to me. Neat, right? Yeah, last time we got Nemesis on Banana. Oh yeah, she can also do this. You can change gravity. Because why not? You can even change gravity. In a way, yeah, I guess. Like, actually. Because why not? Right, she just can straight up change gravity. Because that's what we're doing now. So, like, obviously, because you can change gravity and stuff, you can use it to fly around. So, like, that's the cool new movement technique thing you can do there with her. But yeah, so like you can do that now. Which is neat. That is the new unit. And then of course, this is her gacha skin. You float around while moving, but then... Oh yeah, we haven't seen what her dorm looks like yet. She should have a dorm. Yeah, she has a dorm. Oh yeah, there's a... I never looked at the pool party mode. There's a pool party mode, but I've never actually looked at it. I should look at it at some point. I've never actually looked at the pool party mode, but yeah. What can we get for her dorm? We'll just buy everything. These are apparently not available yet. So no idea where you get those. But apparently she's supposed to have 2 interactions there and then these things as well.
Don't be scared of her. We only make decisions that both parties agree on. I won't let her control you. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Welcome to our little corner of the world.
Oh yeah, don't worry if her voice sounds robotic, that's intentional. That is how it's supposed to be. Don't worry about it. There's more reasons for that.
Optimization in progress. Please do not interrupt.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have no idea how you get the interactions for her.
Down. Do you need a hug?
I'm guessing I have to do the new map exploration for that stuff. I'm guessing. But, haven't exactly gotten that stuff done yet. I haven't done the new story, the map exploration stuff yet, so... Can't exactly do that yet. I see. Okay, self-observation is just looking in a mirror. What do you mean most enjoyable? You can use anything with Lana, it'll work. Just use what you want, man. Unless you want highest damage, it doesn't really matter. If you want unless you want that. Everything works. Everything. You can use Lana with anything. You could straight up change, like, whatever to make it work. Right, like, you could use her any element. You could even change her to a different attack mode. Wait, what the fuck? This is the wrong mode. Yeah, why did I have her in the healing mode? The hell? There's a DPS mode, a healing mode, and a tank mode. You even have those other modes there. But yeah, like, you can change her mode. It really depends on what you want to do with her. And what you want out of it. Because you can use her as anything. You're free to use her as anything. While she's not the most amazing healer you can use, you can use her as a healer for like benediction setups. You can. Her kit is like actually a lot more basic and simple compared to a lot of more recent units. Where it's just straight up, she'll do this much damage, or she'll appear and do damage every couple of seconds, and that's it. And then it's like, if you change her mode, she gets either, she'll do less damage but also does a big AoE heal, or she'll do a taunt for less damage. It depends on what you're playing. But yeah, I just use her for every element now. Can even use her with a Void Piercer, and then you just put something of a different element, and you have something for every element. So like, I do run this stuff. Depending on what I'm doing. Very useful. Right, there's just so many ways you can use her, because it's just very flexible. Yeah, it's very flexible, because you can use her in literally any setup. There is a way to use her for everything. Extremely flexible. Alright, there's one more thing I need to get done. I need to get Multiverse Hunt done. We'll do one with Lana so we can get the thing for Lana. And then we'll get the other stuff done. But yeah, like, there's just lots of ways you can use her. It really depends on what you want and what you're after. Right, like I use her skill and like every couple of seconds she pops out and then she fires all the lasers at the enemy. That's all she does. Right, pretty basic, pretty simple. Let's get this thing done now. How much damage am I gonna do to Quasi Vita? Yeah, we're gonna get like 10 bill. At least 10 billion. Do I lose a bit of damage because of how much Quasi Vita moves? Yeah, easy 10G. $11G even. Damn, almost 12G. If I used the drugs and the food buff, I could have gotten 12G. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Good enough. Damn. These guys are crazy. There's people with like 20 plus G in the rankings here. Crazy. Yeah, people are over 12G in top 10. That's crazy. Alright, I just need to get multiverse hunt done. Time to go do it in a dead category and get some easy stuff done. You know, actually we can maybe do a react or something while this goes on. Yeah, no reason not to. Wait, what did you guys send me? Okay, so FF14 will be on Switch 2, I guess. That's cool, I guess, for Switch 2 players. Switch 2 owners who also play FF14. Not sure how well that'll translate, but that's cool for them, I guess. Right, like that's cool, I guess. What is this that is over? Not a bubble grade AI? What is this? I was gone for a bit, there's all sorts of stuff happening, man. And then, like, I woke up to hearing some guy got kidnapped or whatever. Some crazy dictator got kidnapped and there are weirdos defending, defending the guy who got kidnapped or whatever. All sorts of things. Oh yeah, we did see that. I just didn't mark that off. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was before the new year. Damn, there's like a bunch of stuff that I didn't look out that was before the new year too. He was a producer of Pokemon Conquest and the first Hyrule Warriors. I guess. Good for him? Sure. Jinten map scale. Okay. It's gonna be Southeast Asia. 8 times larger than the Iberian Peninsula. Okay. Damn. It's gonna be very big, but will it be empty? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Oh yeah, we already did see that one. Alright, so there's now the president of Nintendo America. Cool. Right, because the thing is gone. Oh yeah, Mr. Cake had this video for ToF thing. There's this one about the whole Billy shenanigans.
Alright, here we go. So basically this video is the 7th re-upload of this stream VOD that they clipped out.
Okay.
Okay. What was happening? Okay,
Let's see what
happening
happened.
is this big CC called Cotton is talking with this other guy, okay, on stream about the ban on Wuthering Waves. So the basically the ban on Wuthering Waves is basically a bunch of Hoyo CCs got signed contract with Hoyo and they're banned from playing WUA or whatever. So they can't play Wuthering Waves because they were told not to and stuff like that, right? They were discussing the WUA ban. And then the other guy that was talking to him brought up Tower of Fantasy. Okay. And then this guy got scared and ended stream immediately. And this is the VOD, okay? And then this is the 7th re-upload because this guy has been constantly uploading the same VOD and it gets deleted by Bilibili for reasons unknown, okay? Very suspicious
reasons unknown, yep. Very sus.
Because this guy explicitly stated that his you can clip him and post it on Bilibili. He doesn't care. So he doesn't care, but Bilibili does care for whatever reason. We'll find out later, okay? But yeah, Bilibili is getting rid of these videos. This is the 7th one.
It's crazy.
Right, let's see this.
Yeah, I saw like people were like spamming Mr. Cake's Discord and it, like right the links would die within like a few minutes of being posted.
Again. 80 comments down here.
When like this shit was going down.
Alright, why are these videos getting deleted so fast? Was Bilibili part of this? Alright, let's see. What was being discussed here? There should be auto AI English subtitles here. Let's turn that on. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. What do you want to talk about? And they just started talking.
没有，我没连过麦，我就想看一下这连麦是个什么流程，怎么
没啥流程，就随便找一个这个样。
没有，我刚醒，我刚醒，我就刷了一下 B 站，我就看到你搁这辩论2句话，给哥们儿人听清醒。不，你们在聊啥呀？
也没聊啥，其实就聊就是很多人不相信那个禁潮令那个。
Okay, so basically here this is bad translation, bad subs basically.
Bad translation, okay.
They're talking about how many people don't believe in the Wuthering Waves ban. It's 禁潮令, okay?
Okay.
A lot of people, like they were discussing how people don't believe that Hoyo could do such a vile thing as in like tell CCs to never play Wuthering Waves. Okay. Otherwise they're gonna lose their sponsorship and stuff like that. Okay. Hoyo frogs in disbelief. Hoyo would never do this. Okay. So they're basically in discussion talking about how this is a normal, common behavior
Yep.
Okay, when you're sponsored to play a certain game, they'll tell you to not play another game. Blah 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 blah. Okay,
Yeah, like, nothing
进潮令 as in
crazy.
the Wuthering Waves ban.
That part, no, nothing crazy
Okay, so
there.
they're talking about basically this thing just happened recently. Some people confirmed on stream that they cannot play Wuthering Waves or whatever because they're signed with Hoyo, blah blah blah, stuff like that. And then Wuwa does the same in reverse as well. Like you're not allowed to play Genshin Impact if you play Wuwa, blah blah. I mean, they're basically talking about this. Okay, we haven't gotten to the top segment yet.
事儿，就是觉得这个东西不存
No,
在。
they don't think it exists.
哎，那我有发言权啊，这
Uh-huh.
这个事情不是很正常
Right? Is this a normal?
这很正常的事儿啊，
Yeah,
我们
very
大家
normal.
主播认知都是挺正常的事儿啊。
Okay. In the CC circle, this is a very normal thing. Okay, in the streamer circle, not a big deal. Okay.
不是什么特别大的事儿啊，主要是有一边
Yeah,
就
like
死活不认呀。
it's not really
就觉
that
得
crazy.
嗯，
我记得我们当时在一张桌子上，
But like one side doesn't believe it. Okay. Bro say one side of the community does not believe.
Their fence for 9 months. Fucking absicant.
Okay, they're saying one side of the community doesn't believe that this is a real thing, and they're basically trying to confirm with they're like two of these CCs are in chat right now talking about this. Okay, they're eating at a table. Okay, here we
吃
go.
饭那边不是给我打电话嘛？
Hoyo called them.
就想问我们玩明朝是个什么态度？我
Okay, what attitude do you have for play Wuthering Wave? Bing Chao, okay, Wuthering Waves.
我说兄弟，我帮你打听打听。
I'll
然
help
后
you.
然后我在桌子上不就跟你们在聊吗？我当时很
You played very
很
clearly
明
at
确
the
的回
time,
我就说
okay?
那给钱我就玩呗，那反正
If you give money, I'll play. Not a big deal.
多大点事儿呢？
Okay.
哎好像是有这么回事，我不太记得清楚了，真不太记得清楚。就那天吃烧烤的时候，那件事是吧？
Right, they were eating barbecue with the Hoyo rep or whatever, and they were asking people, okay, what do you feel about Wuthering Waves? All right, and then they're like, yeah, if they pay me money, I'll just play the game. But like, what attitude do we need to have, right? I mean, as a CC, if you get money, why not fucking play the game, right? No attitude whatsoever. Yeah, moving on.
不是
Yep.
那次是我们吃
Just
完
like a
然后
regular
转场
sponsor?
去水果。
哦，是更早的时候的
那天晚
事儿是吧
上？，
It's
对
earlier,
很
uh-huh.
早了那次。
哦，
那个时候那时候还没出节奏呢。
哦，那个时候你还好着呢是吧？
This is before all the drama started, okay? And then they're like laughing about the drama that happened after.
哎呀，我好的一起啊，当时。
哦，当时你才是一个，我想起来了，当时你才是一个。
没有，当时是跟那个对接的运营关系也
Still
挺好
laughing about the drama.
Yeah, at that time they had a very good relationship with the operations guy. Okay, at Hoyo. This is shit translation.
啊，我们就是平常有时候聊一些别的，他就说
Talk
你
about
帮
other
我问问，就是其他 UP 主对于明朝是个什么态度啊？
Right, and so the Hoyo rep basically was secretly like, can you go and chat with the other CCs and ask about what they think about Wuthering Waves and let me know. So he was like tasked to be a rat, or not
Okay.
a rat, but to like have a friendly conversation with the other CCs.
Yep, nothing crazy
without
here.
knowing that it was the Hoyo rep that told them to do this.
啊，我说行，
OK
好，
哦，OK，啊，我
反正没签合同。
Right, and then he didn't sign any contracts.
然后那个对接
And then the Hoyo rep also resigned.
的也离职了，也就无所谓了
It doesn't matter.
啊。
我大概知道
但这个东西
你
就是不
说的是谁了啊？对，
啊，但这个东西就是互相的呀，
This thing is mutual.
肯定竞品类的游戏就人家不让玩。
Right, it's very
No. Here's the thing. It's not just Western CC sphere, but like entertainment industry as a whole. Like the thing is, to some extent, like with athletes and stuff like that as well. I remember like hearing about it like years ago with like athletes, specifically with like from like major sports teams or whatever, they were like sponsored with, if their team was sponsored by like an energy, a sports drink like Gatorade or Powerade or what, for example, you would never see them holding or touching anything branded associated with like a competing product. Like if one team had its players sponsored by like Gatorade, you would never see them like holding like a Powerade or whatever or anything near them, and vice versa. Like, so like you would have like exclusivity deals. Like this is like a long time thing that's been across all sorts of industries. So like it's not super crazy when you have these deals if you think about it in entertainment, right? Because that's basically where it is, right? Where to some extent it's like, okay, you're pushing one product. Typically, they don't want you to go push someone else's product at the same time, for the most part. That stuff usually normal. The difference is, I don't know about how things go on in China there, but I know in the West, a lot of countries like Canada, US, and a bunch of other Western countries, there are laws that state that you do have to flag any sponsored content as such. You have to put a flag in somewhere. Like, you have to mark it as sponsored if that's the case, regardless of what's going on in there. I don't know how this stuff works in China, if you can ignore that or not, but like, that's how it is outside of it. That said though, like, it's not super surprising though to like have these types of things. It's just the difference is, with a lot of the stuff, especially on the larger end, the reality is the negotiating end of the contract or these types of deals is typically more in the talent or talent agency's favor rather than the individual, unless they're much smaller on what goes on, right? Like, especially like if you're gonna go like after like a much larger creator or whatever, you know, like they can try to negotiate much more interesting or much different deals going on there. That said, it really just depends on who you're pushing it to and who you're like putting your stuff in front of. But like, it's not super crazy to have exclusivity deals and contracts. Right. And keep in mind, it's like, the reality is at the end of the day, whoever's taking the contract, it was their choice to take it. Right. But that's assuming all this stuff just starts and ends with just that contract and nothing more. I think the real damage isn't the contract part there, but everything else around it and after. That's what the problem is, not the fact that there was like these exclusivity deals or contracts in the first place. Right? Like, think about it this way, right? Let's say you were sponsored to go and play or do something with something for a couple of hours, and you were paid to do that. That is the job you took. Like, obviously, like, whoever sponsored you or whoever paid you to do it isn't going to be happy if you just stop whatever you're doing midway and go and do something else that's unrelated. Or go and touch a competitor's product or whatever. Right? Like, they're obviously not going to be happy. There's always going to be those types of terms and stuff to look into. If it's like, there's a difference between like a long-term type of promotional type of thing, and then like pure directed like sponsored content like that. But that said, to an extent, it's not super crazy that they would want at least some sort of exclusivity. Right? It's just that I do find it funny when people fight crazy over it. But yeah. You yearn for the mines, fair enough. I have not touched the new map and stuff yet. I haven't had time. I mean, this time of year, this is freaking New Year stuff. Things have been busy. I haven't been home for some of it. I was sick the other day, and then, yeah. It is what it is. But like, I don't think this stuff here is anything super, super crazy or extreme or whatever. Like, I don't think it is. It's just the stuff around it and after it is where the problem is that Mr. Cake will get to. Not the fact that, you know, you're not allowed to go touch some competing product or whatever. Like, that makes sense from like a logical standpoint, right? If you're gonna go pay someone to do something, right, you probably don't want them to go do something else instead if you're gonna pay them to do something. Right? Like think about it this way, right? Like imagine you go buy you go and buy, I don't know, like a billboard sign to to try and sell up your product. Let's say you put it in like I don't know, like in a high traffic area, like in like downtown or whatever, right? Would you want them to be putting your advertisement up that you paid them to put up, or someone else's? Right? You probably wouldn't want them to put someone else's, and it's basically kind of the same thing here.
Pretty normal that you're not allowed to play competing games in this industry.
Yeah, he just said it too. It's like pretty normal. It makes a lot of sense.
很正常。
很正常，真的
Normal.
这是非常正常的一个事。
Yep, it's
Right? They're
normal.
both confirming this is a very normal thing, okay? Being
Yep.
banned to play some other game.
I mean, this doesn't just apply to games. It applies to all sorts of stuff in entertainment, with product endorsements and all sorts of other things. Right? Like, typically, if you see, like, some sort of, like, product endorsement from, like, again, like an athlete or celebrity or whatever, you're probably not going to see anything of them, at least within a similar time frame of them touching something from a competing company, product, or brand. You're probably not going to see anything of that in relation to them. Because even then, there is still some sort of marketing push and stuff like that there too. Right? Like, there's a reason why, like, if you ever go see any sports ball game or whatever, you'll see all sorts of different freaking banners for all sorts of different companies sponsoring everything. Because, yeah, it gets attention. And, hey, because of the guaranteed audience and attention that they know these types of events would have, of course these companies are going to want to throw money to advertise to try to sell them their product or service or whatever.
Right, here we go. Right, everyone does it.
Yep.
Everyone does it. Okay. So these are like top CCs, like big CCs, like very big CCs in China. Okay. They have all the connections. They know like basically things that come from their mouths like can reflect the industry because they're like big CCs on Bilibili. Okay. So they're saying that everyone does this. And very normal for you to be banned from playing other games since you are sponsored for this one. Okay.
Yep. Makes sense. Nothing crazy there.
那正常的不能再正常了，你要么就你花钱给我买断，
Right. You buy me out with your money so I never play the other game.
就不玩对家了，
Right.
就这么个事儿。
It's very normal. Yep.
Very normal.
Here we go.
哎，你们
Here we go. Here we go. This is where the fucking actual thing happened, okay? This at this right moment. The other guy is like, okay. Did you report on the Tower of Fantasy situation back then? Okay. Did you report on the Tower of Fantasy situation back then? So basically, there was some sort of Tower of Fantasy thing that happened back then. Okay. The same situation. So we got this. The other guy was asking him, okay?
当时换塔那个事儿，你们有报过吗？
Look at his expression. Look at his face. Instant panic.
He's panicking. Glad I could do this. I don't know. I haven't really thought of what I would want to put for TikTok. It's like, there are things I want to do for videos and stuff like that at some point, if I could ever find time. But a lot of them just feel like they'd be too long to put into TikTok. Like, I'm someone who doesn't personally really use, like, or go through stuff like TikToks or YouTube Shorts. Which is part of why, like, I barely touch that stuff. No. Wait, what's the level cap yet? Did the level cap raise? Because I haven't leveled up since for a while, so you might even be able to mentor me now. Right, I've been busy the past few days. So you might even be able to mentor me now. Oh yeah, you can mentor me. You can. You could actually just straight up mentor me now. Well, I'll log in there and then, like, you can send the thing or whatever. Like, I can straight up get mentored now because I am below you. Right? It's just, you know, things been busy. Yeah, you're at level 69. I'm still at 67. I can straight up get mentored now. Right. That's where I'm at. So that's just how things are. Alright, we're just looking at the
Instant fucking panic.
reacting
Okay,
here.
什么？你说他妈的说什么了？
look. Bro, what the hell are you saying?
啊，
他妈的你在干嘛？
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Wait,
我
really?
操！
Holy
Wait, how high of a CS do you need? How high of a CS do you need? Let me see. Oh, your CS is barely higher than mine. What the fuck? So my CS is just too high. Well, that's a rip. Yeah, my CS is too high. I can't even get mentored. Because, like, I've been, like, somewhat keeping up with my gear. So, like, I have to just collect a bunch of dust and not use it for a while. Is that what I have to do now? Just collect a bunch of dust and not use it? Like, I won't really try to farm EXP, but I guess I could do that. And just hoard a bunch of dust and carbons. Because, like, I need to farm carbons, I need to farm, dust still. I need to do final trial for the week. There's a lot I need to get done.
shit. You fucking cut the other guy off and kicked him off the fucking
I
chat.
see. I
or
mean, like,
the-
I'm not really trying to push either.
the chat room.
That's true. I mean, I'm just gonna, like, hoard the mats, you know?
Okay.
I could always... Like, the thing is, it's like, I'm not really pushing or EXP farming. But, like, what I'm probably just gonna do is just hoard mats for a while, because it's not like I really need to try to push things either. I don't know.
没
Well, you
道
know, I wonder what would happen if you mentor someone, and then the mentee can mentor you. What happens? I'm kind of curious what would happen in that situation.
理，你们什么都没听。
You guys didn't hear anything?
下播了，
Would it
I'm
be like
getting
some
off
weird
stream.
feedback loop?
下播了，下播了，下播了。
Bye.
这个下播了，千万不准切啊！
I do not clip this. Okay, do not clip this. And then he ended his stream. Okay, so this is the entire thing that just happened live, like literally a few hours ago, or whatever. Okay, so he says, cut the tape. I'm going off stream. Do not clip this. So what happened here? Okay, so previously they were talking about the ban on Wuthering Waves and then how it's very normal for someone to ban, for a company to sponsor you a ban, and like you're just never allowed to play another game as long as they pay you, right? Very normal industry behavior.
Yep.
And then that
This
guy was
applies to,
"Yo,
like,
you
every
remember
industry,
what
though."
happened? Did you report on you remember what happened to ToF back then?" And then this guy panicked and then left.
我大概知道你说的
All
是。
right, watch it again. No
但这个东
pause.
西就是互相的呀，你肯定竞品类的游戏，就人家不让玩，很正常。
I
真的
say.
真的这是
Hey, if you do that for a bit, you can mentor me. Like, I'll probably wait then to do dailies later then, or something. I still need to, like, farm the other stuff, and, like, I could just farm it tomorrow. It'd be kind of scuffed to do it last minute, but, like, it's like, we can.
这是非常正常的一个事儿，
Right.
各家都会搞的。
Oh, I guess I could farm raid
那
for
正
raid
常不能
dust.
再正常了，
'cause that
你要
doesn't
么
really
就
give
你花钱给我
experience.
买断，那我就不玩对家了，不就这么个事儿吗？
是的，是的，是的。
哎，你们当时换塔那个事儿，你们有报过吗？
什么？你说他妈的说什么了？
啊？
他妈的你在干嘛？我操！
Okay, why does he have this type of reaction? Why did he suddenly just like burst like that and end his stream? Okay, he suddenly crashed out at the mention of Tower of Fantasy. That's an insane reaction here. Okay. So basically, what happened?
What a reaction.
Okay, was this is and then why the videos are getting like this guy is usually okay with people clipping him and posting his reactions on Bilibili. All right, but why this specific video? Why was he not okay with this being clipped? Why are these videos getting deleted one after another by Bilibili? Okay, he's trying to cover something up. Okay, there is something going on with Tower of Fantasy back on launch that all these Hoyo CCs then they were part of, and they don't want. He was the top Genshin streamer.
Okay.
Right, he was the biggest Genshin CC back in the day. Right, back when ToF launched. Okay, so he was definitely a part of the ToF slander campaign, or like he knows about it, and then like they weren't supposed to, like all these Hoyo CCs were supposed to like die with this secret to the fucking grave, and they were never supposed to talk about it, bring it up into the public. Okay, but somehow this other dude forgot and mentioned it on his stream, and then he fucking ran away and ended his stream. Okay, so people speculating what the fuck happened to ToF back then, and like after this incident, people are trying to figure out, okay, how much of the bullshit from back in the day when ToF launched on CN was actually manufactured by Hoyo. Okay, like actual misinformation and slander campaigns were actually done by Hoyo themselves. Okay, like very, very suspicious reaction here. Okay, very, very suspicious.
啊，类的游戏就人家不让玩，很正常。
很正常，真的这是非常正常的一个事儿
啊，
各家都会搞的。
那正常不能再正常了，你要么就你花钱给我买断，那我就不玩对家了，不就这么个事儿吗？
是的。
哎，你们当时换塔那个事儿，你们有报过吗？
什么？你说他妈的说什么了？
啊？
他妈的你在干嘛？我操！
He immediately kicked him out of the chat room too.
Damn. That's crazy.
My career is over moment. He's panicking.
Yep.
没听到啊？你们什么？
The reason why it's like this is probably because it's a lot. There's a lot more involved than just
这个下播了，前面不忍
the whole exclusivity stuff. That's why they're panicking like this.
So they're okay with talking about Wuthering Waves, but they're like, the moment ToF was mentioned, bro ran away and.
Because like this indicates there's probably a lot more that going on than just the standard exclusivity. Because the exclusivity stuff is not that crazy. Because like again, like every industry does it all over the world. Like it's not super surprising. If you think it's crazy or what's surprising, the exclusivity deal, you've been living under a rock your whole life. Right? Because like you see it everywhere. But it's just when it gets to this point, that's when it gets a bit crazier, because it's indicating that it's a lot more than just an exclusivity deal.
Fucking ended his stream. Okay, let's look at the comments. Hoyo was terrified of ToF. So basically, what happened, what people are speculating, is back when Tower of Fantasy launched, all of the misinformation, all of the slander was done by Hoyo, because Hoyo didn't want any competition. They bought out all the big CCs and never touched ToF, or to like actually post videos shitting on ToF. Right? So people are saying that 8-egg situation where spreading misinformation about the IDs Chinese ID, that whole thing from 4 years ago was done by Hoyo, right? A Tower of Fantasy ban is fine. All right, what we're actually concerned with is there could have been not a ban, but a malicious slander campaign. Are we surprised? We're not, but like we got confirmation today that something happened back in the day 4 years ago. Okay, so here's some people with their proof. We reacted to this already.
Okay.
All right, this one right here, this was a long time ago. The Hoyo Pete PowerPoint slides about this one right here. This is old. So basically 2023, Hoyo had like a PowerPoint presentation on how they're doing like content creator acquisition. How are they like, you know, who are the type of people they're trying to sponsor, what type of videos they're telling them to make, and blah blah blah. It's like a yearly recap on like the success stories and what they told and what they did to boost the brand and stuff, right? Well, blah blah blah.
Okay.
So this is one of their PowerPoint presentations, and then at this bottom right here, right, they're looking for like, I don't know, introduction to the game. Okay, the brand story. Over here is just generic entertainment, and it's like types of videos that they can make. Specifically in the slide, there's a gaming and anime style. Okay, and then this is a direction, video or content direction. Genshin versus Tower of Fantasy. Which one is more fun to play? Right? They literally put this as a suggested video that these sponsored CCs that could make. So like these slides got leaked, which proves that they are trying to PvP. Okay, basically same as Kuro behavior. But like there's like proof over here. All right, this is the 8 egg situation. And then he's like taunting ToF. Why have I still not sued? Why have I still not went to court? Blah blah blah. And then like I got sued by ToF. Blah 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 blah. Like he's like making it into a thing. And then all of these videos uploaded by random people, getting fucking taken down by Billy. What is this? I don't know who this is. Some guy shitting on ToF. Oh, we also got this, what type of shit is this? I thought it was made by a player, and then we found out that this was a Hoyo employee or something. Like, basically some, like, receipts about the ToF slander campaign shit. But yeah, whatever. Alright, so this is basically, a summary of this. It should be that Hoyo bought a lot of spent a lot of money sponsoring to like ban Tower of Fantasy from being played, or even like, you know, including but not limited to spreading rumors and writing or slandering, basically. Okay, it should be that Cotton is the CC signed an agreement, signed an NDA to never mention this. But then it was mentioned on stream. So basically all of this is inferred. It's probably true. So basically everyone just bringing this up and be like, okay, this guy confirmed it. And then all the slander from back in the day is real. And
like at the end of the day, it's like not that surprising.
4,000 views now.
Like this stuff isn't really that
clip,
surprising.
This one got
Sure. 觉得这个东西
20K views. This one doesn't have the footage, right? This one doesn't have the stream footage. That's why it survived for a bit longer. Right? All the big CCs are specifically never mentioning Tower of Fantasy. And then the comment section in their chat is also very abnormal. And my ToF died, it was actually because of you guys. Oh shit. So it was you guys that did it back then. So the truth finally got revealed, basically, after all these years. All right, but this back in the day, June, this cosplayer also leaked that this was real. Some guy asked the cosplayer, "Will you do a Yinlin cosplay?" And then she responded with, "I'm not allowed to do Wuthering Waves. Any other game I'm okay with." And then people are like, "You're not allowed to say stuff like this, by the way." But yeah, this is basically also true for Wuthering Waves. I mean, this is true for everything. This is like just normal industry behavior, not being allowed to do competing stuff.
It happens
normal.
everywhere.
Every brand does this. Right? These bans are normal. The problem is his reaction. Like, why the fuck did bro crash out and react the way? Because like they're just explaining how the industry works, right? A ban on the competing product, very normal. Very normal. It's a nothing burger. Everyone does it. It's very normal that I cannot play Wuthering Waves since I'm a Genshin CC. Blah 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 blah. It's a very normal industry behavior. All the fucking companies do this. All of a sudden, ToF mentioned and he fucking just panicked. Why?
反正没签合同嘛，然后
Why?
对接的也离职了，也就无所谓了。
What happened to ToF, man? Why can't we talk about ToF?
但这个东西就是但这个东西就是互相的呀，你肯定竞品类的游戏就人家不让玩，很正常。
很正常，真的这是非常正常的一个事儿啊，各家都会搞的。
那正常不能再正常了，你要么就你花钱给我买断，那我就不玩对家了，不就这么个事儿吗？
是的。
哎，你们当时换塔那个事儿，你们有报过吗？
什么？你说他妈的说什么了？
啊
His reaction made it very sus.
我操！
Exactly. The reaction makes it feel like they did something beyond acceptable. Okay, they did some shady stuff back in the day, and like they were supposed to take it to the grave with them and never mention it in the public. Okay, like it's super fucking suspicious, super fucking sus. All right, like a few days ago, he also mentioned this ban, this exclusivity agreement. And they were like, they're okay. They are allowed to play Arctide's Enfield. Like all these other games are okay, but Tower of Fantasy, no. Why? Why is ToF such a scary topic for him? Okay, everyone reposting this. Is this career over?
Damn.
你要聊啥？
Imagine it ends over this.
哎，这是已经连上了吗？
That would be something.
很正常，真的这是非常正常的一个事儿啊。
Makes one wonder how hard they tried to EOS ToF back then.
正常不能再正常了，要么就你花钱给我买断，那我就不玩对家了，不就这么个事儿吗？
是的。
哎，你们当时换塔那个事儿，你们有报过吗？
什么？你说他妈的说什么了？
啊？
他妈的你在干嘛？我操！
Can Hoyo sue this guy for leaking NDAs? Possibly. That's why his reaction is like this.
Yeah, that's why they're
I mean, it's
that's
still
probably
his fault
why.
for letting the other guy on his stream. The incident did happen on his live stream to his viewers. He's still very responsible for this incident. Okay. He could get sued, and that's why maybe he's very scared. All right. My 3 clips all got fucking deleted. One of my accounts got banned, and I'm using 2 alts. I'm not afraid of getting banned. But yeah, that was the drama. Okay, very suspicious drama.
The seed of dreams will break free.
Right, like that's the whole thing there, right? It's extra we have it going point. Right? Like that's what makes it more sus. When it gets to that point. What was I sent here? Okay. Sure. And there's this other stuff here. Give me a sec. That said, how quickly do you think you'll get to like 50k CS? Because I'm pretty sure to be ahead of me. Right. 41196 times 1.2. You would need to get to you just need to get to almost 50k CS. Right, just over 49.435k. Right. Oh, I should do my life class thing. Make myself some dust. Oh yeah, then we should do I should do my pulls on my ult for Lana. I have like one daily left to do, but if I do the daily right now, I'll level up. So like, it's like I either do the daily now, or I hold off and wait. What do you think? Because like, that's how close I am to leveling up. I've been like doing the bare minimum of like everything the past few days because just haven't had time. Sure, I'll just put Grey Frog in there. That gets me the crew mission done. Because like if you can make it in time, then cool, I'll level up. We'll see. Right, I still need to do the weekly raid, final trial, and everything. We'll probably just like rush everything tomorrow. Probably. Right. Yeah, because like everything else can really just wait. Let me go do my life skill stuff. Did I cap on life skill EXP or whatever stamina? I swear if I did, that's gonna be kind of annoying. Like I have no idea if I did or not. Oh, that means I did. Okay. I mean, I need to get to level 70 anyways before I can upgrade it further, so that's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did illegal stuff. Yeah, that's what happened on CN. You do start over. That is what happened on CN. Yeah, I need to get the other things here dealt with. What are people talking to the crew about? Yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now, then. We'll check back on here later and then I'll level up.
The deep space is right ahead.
No, we'll have a different music play. I think. Let me see, what's good that we can put? Yeah, probably won't take that long. We could probably do that. Okay. So I guess this time then we'll try free to play alt. Let's see what we can get then. In terms of our polls for Lana. Right, let's see. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I want a different. Oh wait, there's the new one. Okay, wait. I gotta redo the recording. God, I hate the new YouTube. Alright, let me just restart the recording. Okay, now we'll finally try and see how well our polls will go for the free-to-play alt account or whatever. For Lana, Anal, or whatever. So, like, yeah. Let's give it a go. Right, I don't think we have, like, anything in terms of pity or whatever. For guarantees of 50-50 or whatever, so let's see what happens. Surely we can get A6 on this. Right, it's the only time I'm probably gonna pull on this alt account for the year. Oh, first 10 pull, nothing. Second 10 pull, let's see. Yes, welcome back, Reptile. Don't worry, it was only a few days. Are we? Oh no, it's a little bit more. Until we get to the 50-50. Alright, next. Will we get anal? Let's see. Nope. Wait, this might be... Is this a double or is this early? No, that was the thing. Never mind. Rip, the first one was an L. Can't we get anal? All I know is this is worse than when it was on my main. When we did that before the new year. Yeah, like no earlies. Rip. Not a single early. Pain. Damn, double L too, no early. This is fucked, man. I guess doing the anal logic thing helped. You know? I should have done that again. Yeah, this is really bad. Yeah, so far we just have A1. And we know next one is a W. So like this is like really bad orange. Oof. We don't even get a nice double or anything. Oof. Yeah, like not a single early pull either. Pain. Very painful. At least just do this. Yeah, I guess we can just try to finish it later. Let's see the matrices. Double L. Alright, we have our brain at least. And her heart. So the matrices are like fine. Probably. But we had to go through pain for the base. Yeah. Damn, I have to do 10 more and then I'll have 4 pace. So I have basically the entire patch to try to get the rest. It is really bad on the free-to-play alt. The matrices were fine. It's just everything else went bad. Should have played the anal logic video. Surely that would have helped. Like, the difference is, it's like, with the amount of pulls I did there, I already had like A5 on my main by the time we got to the thing here. And it was just like pulling to get enough to buy A6. Like, that's the difference. There's a big difference there. Right, to barely get A4 here, I already had A5 and like I was almost at A6 on my main. Oh well, rep. It is what it is. But yeah. We'll try to get it later, I guess. A4 for now. Yeah, it needs an update. Yeah, it sucks being stuck only at a thing. At A4. Very painful. It is what it is. Okay. So I guess we gotta try to get that stuff finished up another time. Because it's the only altar in my alt does not have A6. Yeah, if I didn't pull like a couple months ago on this, I probably would have been fine. Honestly. If I didn't get Lexus all those months back. Oh well, we'll see. Like, there's more pulls later here, but like, I don't know. We'll have to see if we'll get enough for A5 or whatever to try to continue it. Or whatever else I can do. I mean, like, there's a bunch of stuff we can try to do to push things, but... Right, because, like, I haven't done story and all the other stuff, so, like... Right, like, if I do story and all the other stuff, we'll have, like, enough. Probably. I just haven't pushed any of that stuff yet. But yeah. Oh wait, that was still there. You know what, here, you know what, let's see with my, the alt I have on the warp server just so I can get the, do the minigame thingy. Let's see what I got. Alright, I showed him manga protagonist. You missed the stuff earlier. But yeah, how you doing? Oh, crap. Now it won't let me switch to that thing in Windows. What does this one got? Oh, Samir. The level 6 Alden Kylo. Why there's a level 6 Alden Kylo is a different story. Unfortunately, we got stuck at A4. So we'll probably have to, like, go and do all the stuff and then get A6 later. Yeah, we saw the gate video earlier. We reacted to it earlier. On a side note then, I guess we'll do the Snowbreak stuff now. To get it out of the way. Fine, I guess. I'm still a bit sick though. Alright, we'll get Snowbreak done. And then we have something else after. That's what we're doing now. Alright, we gotta hit the quota. I'll have to go back and check and count how many left I have to do a Snowbreak as well. Like, I prefer to get it all done sooner rather than later. I mean, they're basically hinting and indicating it. But, like, it also means whatever is actually going on or whatever happened is probably a lot worse than we imagined. For them to go to the lengths that they have. Like, it implies that the actual situation is far worse than you can imagine. Alright, I gotta get this done. But yeah, we got some more like Trail Zero B remixes that some people have made. I mean, it's more than the other went on, probably, you know? Anyone coming for this shit? This feels so cold. Because, like, nobody has a thing to gather. If I can still get these. Like, I have the turret specialization, but I can't do the freaking mission for the turret thing. Because we get, like, no points, because we don't have someone gathering the stuff. Oh, I should have taken the other bottom one.
Reloading now. Reloading now.
Or I'll put those down. This feels so cold, man. Not having a gather, so I have to like snipe these. But Chenching is like the worst, absolutely worst unit you could use for this. Bow Chenching, because very small ammo capacity. And not exactly the fastest firing rate. We'll just go shooting. Wait, there's just nothing left alive? Oh. We just killed everything too quickly.
A reward for me? Then, would you mind stepping a little closer?
Alright, cool. What do you mean same pity? It's always guaranteed if you pull in the guarantee banner. There is a 50-50 banner, but why would you pull in a 50-50 when there's a guaranteed banner? Right, there is a 100% rate up banner. You only pull there. You only ever pull in the guarantee banner, never pull on 50-50. It makes no sense. Alright, let's get the rest of the dailies done here. Yeah, I didn't do these yet. Okay, that's better. Because the more blocks, the more points they're worth. And we're back to there. Easy. I mean, it doesn't matter if I min-max these things or not. But like, why not, right? But yeah. Alright. What else do we need to get here? Oh yes, Frisia's over there.
Found you, adjutant.
Get out of that one. Personal file, dump these in here. Alright, what else here? Grab this one. Okay. Okay, now she's at M2. Nice. What else here? Okay, we gotta finish these ones. Check the tree. Wait, what's over here? Gifts over there. For some reason, they're on the beach. Oh, there they are. I see them. Alright, now we gotta play with Fenny. Oh wait, it's over here?
Knew it. Who else but me? I knew you'd pick me, darling. Knew it. Who else? I knew you'd pick me, darling. Time for dessert, huh? Now this is more like it. This combo, I insist. Try not to get distracted by me, darling. Amazing, darling. We're quite the duo. A perfect throw, darling.
Yeah, we'll let it spill on her.
Wait, no. Not that way.
Yes, we'll spill it on purpose.
It's fine. Wait, no. Not that way. We were this close. It wasn't me, okay? This one doesn't count. One more game. Knew it.
Yeah, okay, even if you fail on purpose, it counts. Neat. Alright, check this tree, then all the tree, and then all this. Okay. Do you get anything else if you finish the whole event thingy? Let's find out.
The arrows are set, ready to take flight.
Oh, wait, are they just like this? Oh, this is Buddy Island, okay. I forgot about... I forgot it was this map. Right, because I haven't, like, touched this stuff in a while, this mode. Alright, we gotta do one last decorate. And then we get the trees as a furniture. Nice. I guess it just stays there or something? Okay. Yeah, everything's collected. Alright, let's see this one. I need to do one assimilation game. I haven't even looked at the kid of Moshir, man. I claimed it, and then I haven't looked. But hey, free is free, right? I guess? Auxiliary DPS, maybe? We'll have to see. They actually remembered auxiliary exists. Crazy, right? But yeah, imagine auxiliary exists for once. Crazy. Right, it exists somehow. Auxiliary somehow exists. Imagine. Somehow it exists.
Operational optimization test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams.
Auxiliary shield. How would that work? Look at all the bots here, though.
Gear up, test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding. Warning, model anomaly detected. You've been assimilated by a ham.
How the hell did I get... You know, whatever.
Survivor code uploaded. All heroes have been enhanced. Move out. Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Time complete. Test executed perfectly. You are such a dashing villain.
I don't know.
I want to join you too.
Like, I have no idea. Though, like, sometimes it just randomly selects a player at the start to be a thing. It's probably that. I have no idea. Whatever. Right, that thing, we still got time for that. We gotta wait for defense line 0. Aww. And this thing, we just gotta wait for more missions there, and then eventually we'll get to the end of this. Nope, they didn't give us more fragments for her yet. That's in a couple of days. Oh, I got a bunch of attempts here. forgot about this. We got 7 attempts here. Oh wait, it's defeated? Oh. So I can't even use my attempts. Interesting. Alright, cool. I just claimed it. Neat. I didn't do anything. Neat. Right. I didn't have to do anything. Like, I straight up didn't have to do anything. A very, very neat. I won by doing nothing. Oh, this is for later in the match. Okay. So when do those open? Oh, that's on the 8th and the other ones are after. Okay. Sure. Alright, let's switch to the next thing then. Okay, we changed category. Alright, where's my controller? Let me grab it. Okay, because I need to get it set up. Sure. Because I did say I wanted to, like, try this on stream at one point. Really? I mean, I guess, fair. I don't really have that many books in a shelf in my actual room. No, if I actually made it to scale to my actual room, it's a lot more messier, and it's... There's other things in there. Okay, here, let me pull it up. Because you're gonna see something really interesting. Okay, I need to resize this. Let me hide YouTube for now. Because I did say we were gonna play this at one point. To at least try it. And I did say we were gonna do it after the new year and everything, so... No time like the present, right? Oh. Whatever. So now we get E3. Oh boy. Okay, should be back now. God, it's such a pain to like get the thing to recover because the one downside with like a bunch of AMD CPUs is they still haven't figured out how to get to make memory trading and shit not be garbage. Right, like it's just a pain. So even when it recovers and like reposts or whatever, like just getting it to post, sometimes it's just a very papega. Like a very papega, but hey, things should be working now. Right, we're back. Let me get the window where it belongs. Okay. Surely now it'll be okay. Right, it was like this thing I wanted to try before. Right? Because apparently this is like a demo for like that some student made as a project a couple of years ago, but like they're actually making it into a full game later this year. And I kind of wanted to try this at one point. Like I've had it installed on my PC for a while, but like I never actually tried it. Alright, wait. Move a character, we can use a bumper to dash while moving. Oh, I can push the stick to dash. Okay. Rescue, cool. We got a melee attack. Okay. Then Y for ranged. And then the thing flies off. I can go for high speed and then up and down with the triggers. Okay. No origin story, I guess. This is a demo. This was like a student project. This was like a student project at one point. I think we'll get it when they actually like make the release like the full game. But I did want to try this at one point. Oh, we have that, and then we can do a superhero landing. Okay. Look at these random generic Unreal Engine assets. Oh, it looks like there's more. free mode. Person in the rubble, building fire, terrorists can appear. Okay. Yeah, now we can do. Look at that shit. Just ram into everything. Whee! But yeah, like the guy who made this is like actually making it into a full game. He even put it on the billboard there. Undefeated Genesis. Alright, what do we got here? Then we go over here. There, destruction challenge and flight challenge. Okay. Destroy all objects in the time limit. Ooh. Okay. Nice. Okay. Alright, let's do the flight challenge. Right. Wait, we got Superman 64 gameplay. Alright, what is this Superman 64? We actually got Superman 64 gameplay here, guys. Hero point. When you do a heroic thing, it increases when it decreases when you do bad things. Okay. Check hero point. Oh, there's like a slow-mo thing. Okay. So now do we have to like look for problems? Oh, there's something here. Right, like it's just a basic demo, but I wonder if I can do the... Yeah, they got us. Don't you hate it when you randomly get stuck under a massive rock? Surely that's normal. Oh, that's actually pretty sick. Wait. Like, it's like a bitter bullet jump. Whatever we were doing before. Just ram into them. Like, how high can it make the hero point thing go? Right, I want to see like what happens if I cap it and then I destroy everything. Damn, this is a pretty bad city to live in. Lots of terrorist attacks everywhere. Randomly getting stuck under rocks. And then, like, all the random fires. You'd hate to live in this city. Yeah, same area. It's getting terrorized. I know, right? Oh, now there's a fire. Alright, let's go put it out. Oh, I undershot that. Okay. Another terrorist attack? Oh, different location this time. Imagine if they added like more moves and stuff in here. Because like it's it's nice when you have like a nice like lineup of enemies and you just dash through them all. I guess it doesn't deduct me points though. Oh, another terrorist attack. This time over here. And like, I think I'm completely invincible. Like, I don't see any health bar or anything. I'm like not taking damage. Yeah, makes sense. Undefeated. Ooh, what's over here? Someone stuck under a rock? You know, we'll go check. Moves so fast. No, he automatically goes into flight mode. So you can't even drown. You just fly automatically. Bro, I just saved you like 2 seconds ago. Why are you under a rock again? The fuck you doing? Oh, another fire. Yeah. This is just a demo that one dude made. For like a student project. It's a pretty cool pretty cool demo. But it's apparently getting like a full game later this year. Okay, it's not the same building. Imagine if it was the same building again. I have no idea. Would be funny. Would be funny if it was. Don't you just hate it when a random rock just falls over you in the middle of nowhere? You're just moving around and then boom. Oh, another one. It's in the same spot as the one before. Different NPC, I think, this time though. Yeah, we should knock the car into the water, see what happens. Oh, we lost 2,000 points for ramming into a thing at high speeds. Damn. I just got 2,000 points deducted for one of the things. Whee! Bye bye. Look at these car physics. Alright, let's go kill the terrorists. Damn, that is one big burger. Look at this. What is this? Look at this burger. Damn, that is a big burger. Bro, all those terrorists were attacking. This guy's just here chilling on his laptop. There was literally a corpse next to him. Wait. Wait a minute. It's the same character model. Wait! We get... What is this? We ranked up and got something. What is this? Special actions. They have a cooldown. Wait, so then what do we get on the other ranks? Oh, I can do like a shockwave attack there, then. Yeah, I don't know where the rock is. Let's go find it. Oh, here. I don't think the rock does anything. It doesn't seem like the rock does anything. Well, this demo doesn't have that, so guess not. Right, there's no female characters in this demo to play as. Just this dude. Wait, what do we get at A rank then? Who knows? Let's try to. Oh, you can even keep your momentum if you cancel it, then just keep going. Well, that's sick. But yeah, we need to get more points to get to A rank. Is there like no way to bring up tutorials? Guess not. Oh, so that's what the special actually does. Big explosion there. He just claps his hands. And it's gone. We'll go to the terrorists. Okay, let's get the burning building. Wait, what is this? There's a mission there. So there is a mission we can take. Are they sure this is a range attack? Boston? Okay. Just beat the shit out of them. Just dash between the thing. Get cut off. Death blow. Smash before hitting the city. Wait. They just keep smashing him. Okay, so the city has a health bar instead. Oh shit. But you lose so many points if you fail. Damn it, I almost got him. Wait, the camera's like boring. Okay, it gives me 20,000 points for clearing the mission. 69% city health left. Damn. We got a different guy now. This guy's way harder. What the hell? It won't let me. What the hell? Yeah, this game is way harder than the last one. Damn, I lose like way too many points for that. Can't even extinguish the thing there. Damn, this shit gets like pretty hard when you have the boss battles there. Yeah, it's a free demo. Like, the moveset is, like, pretty limited, but, like, either way, it's still pretty sick. And he's so far away now. Oh, wait, I think I can just farm this boss. Let's try to just, like, farm the boss then for A rank. Just wailing on him. Oh shit. That was like some crazy comboing there. Alright, we doing it again. We can get to rank A. Just get royally out of it. Alright, we're at A rank now. You can use it. Use range attack by sprinting over 1 second. Death will await. Oh shit. Oh, like you get like... Oh, like you get a very big... Okay. You get like a super big one. Wait, what happens then if we get past A rank? He's dodge. But I gotta do this a bunch of times. Because I wonder if we get like something new at S rank or whatever, if there's like a rank after A. We just keep. Wait, I remember this controller that I have has a turbo button. So it does. Yeah, this is good for my hands. Yeah, because I can just like hold down the X button. Better for my hands when I get to that situation. But yeah, let's see what happens though when we get to thing. I bootleg gamer. We're just beating the shit out of this guy. Farming points to get S rank. Or whatever. I assume S rank is next. Beat the shit out of this guy. Alright. I'm gonna get it done 2 more times. Just wailing on him. Come on. Okay, we just need to do it 1 more time and then we'll have enough points. Surely. You're just eating him across. He's almost edge. Yeah, it's an indie game. This was made by one guy as like a student project. But he's like making it into like a full like actual game later this year. Alright, we got to S rank. Do we get anything? I get super armor now. Yep. It's supposed to be sometime this year. Who knows, man? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think I can beat this guy. But yeah. That's what this game is. It's just like a short demo. Right. And then like you have like an actual like a big on full open world game of this thing coming. Here, let me pull it up. Did the game even open the thing properly? Oh, it did on my Steam client. Here, let me pull it up in the browser. Wait, what? I have comments on what here? This guy's open now. Alright, here, let me pull up the game. No, it was this one. This game. Right, it's supposed to be coming out later this year. It's made by, like, it's an indie game. Right, is this one. The dude turned his, like, his school project into, like, an actual game. Right, like, the thing I was, like, playing was, like, the guy's, was, like, his own, like, student project.
アルバート・ハートリーって言います。ここは地球じゃないんですか？地球？ここはボルティシアだ。
He got voice acting too.
目的はミュータントの打倒と物資の調達よ。しばらくここで私たちを手伝ってくれないかしら。アルのいたところへ帰る方法も見つかるかもしれないわ。
僕なんかの力でみんなを助けられるならやらせてもらいます。
You get like more powers and more stuff in here. Cause like they got skill trees and shit.
俺の仕事は拠点の危険を排除することだ。お前はまだ危険な存在なんだよ。そんなことはない。僕はこの力を使ってこの星の人々を救いたいんだ。
奴らは500年前の爆発が起きてからポツポツと発生し始めたと聞いていたわ。それからずっと爆心地に興味を持っていたの。
いいか、お前は絶対に奴らを近づかせるなよ。
PS5 and Steam, yeah. It'll be sometime this year. Oh, they had like another trailer. But like they also have gameplay footage. Like they have like TGS gameplay demo footage and stuff like that you can like look up. It's like they got a lot of it. Like it's pretty sick for what it is. Pretty neat, right? But yeah, they got some screenshots and stuff. Yep. Someone apparently made like their own Star Wars game and stuff like that through modding Starfield, which is pretty neat as well. Not too long ago, I heard. Alright, let's change the thing. Yeah, usually get stuck in development hell. Yeah, who knows, man. But yeah, it's one of the cool stuff we got coming later in the year. Much more expensive. Insult injury, it was a disaster. That's pretty accurate. Alright, let's see what else is here. The top is basically Voldemort of Gotcha games. The crash that he brought up. Yeah, this was like a really interesting react we did earlier. I posted a comment like before when I saw the thing posted because I already heard about the information there. It's just funny. I got a bunch of responses after the fact. Oh, you're afraid of the half-naked otter? The 7.3 upload is wild. They don't want them to know. Someone needs to release the Hoyo files. Leaked marketing presentation, yep. I say. The Hoyo monopoly goes wild. ToF back then was real threat, okay? Making it so much breakthrough with the gacha games and all this stuff. Wait, so companies can actually pay for misinformation? Yes, they can. Bro, have you ever seen political ads? I don't know how it is in some other countries, but like... I used to remember sometimes even on like children's TV channels. Right, like where you would have the have it so like the audience is too young to vote. They would still run ads on like YTV and shit here in Canada, where like you would have different clowns slandering each other during their election campaigns. I remember seeing them like, what the fuck? Like, bruh, why do I need to see these freaking political ads on a children's TV channel? I just wanted to get back to watching SpongeBob or whatever. Right, it's like, get back to like SpongeBob or whatever. What the fuck is this? Random ass political ad. But like, yeah. And they would do, I remember they would like do these like all the time. I would see on TV as a kid. But like with politics and whatever, they would just like run though. Like, what the fuck? There are many companies doing dirty job. They would pay people, yup. They would fielding replies, don't recognize this as a comment is sarcasm, to which the answer is already obvious. Yep. Owned by Perfect World, no, they sit in the same company. What? ToF has always been Perfect World. Level Infinite was just a publisher for Global. There you go. This guy doesn't know. XDD there. They knew it. Making ban was a real thing right after WoW released. It wasn't just streamers, content creators, cosplayers, even illustrators. Okay. The reason why WoW was survived was pure luck. At the same time, maybe this thing. I mean, they're just burning money. They're purely just burning money. That's their own thing. Infield about to emerge. Let's see if Hoyo will play their cards again. That'll be something to say. And then we have this over here. Yeah, this is the dorm. This is what I don't know why people hate WoW so much. Devs outdid themselves every new update. Well, this guy just keeps spamming stuff all over the place. The fuck is it? This copy paste. Alright then. We'll see what happens. How many views is he at now? 1K views, damn. It was wild to see the thing go up. Okay, did anyone like ever clip the thing that before he got banned on Twitch the other day? Before the new year? Anyone clip that shit? Would be funny to like pull it up. Oh, that's a cool thing. I'll probably look at it on my own time though.
Alright, here he goes.
Let's see if we can find it. Which one was it? Was it this one?
Like,
Oh, here. I think it was around here, wait.
oh, the Ananta picture finally loaded.
Here, listen to what he's talking about here.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
Yep.
We're live chat. Holy fuck.
It was like around here, I think he got banned the other day. And then he got unbanned really quickly.
Yeah, game's still not real.
But people were like
They
trying to clip this thing.
just got PvP'd
The Ananta devs got PvP, what?
by Hoppa, unfortunately.
Damn. Okay, what was the PvP? Is he gonna say it?
Apparently, Ananta's timeline was they were cooking something, and then ToF Miroria dropped, and then that made them scrap their entire project, and they were like, we can't compete with this. And then they went like gacha route, urban themed, and then they dropped the trailer,
Yeah, I remember that.
their first trailer. And then like freaking, I don't know, ToF Gestal's network dropped, and then NTE dropped their fucking trailer, and then they had to scrap their entire project and redo everything without gacha, and then now we're at the no gacha version, okay?
That's crazy.
Or something like that. They had to restart the project from scratch like 4 or 5 times now, and Hoppa was responsible for at least 3. So
The reaction
You
is
know.
chat there is just like,
hopefully this last version, it looks promising. I mean, at least this last version will probably be real.
but yeah, that's the thing with the Ananta thing. Realistically, you probably won't see a release until 2027 at the earliest, if not 2028 or later. The thing just basically rebooted itself multiple times, and like they changed the game with each iteration. Like at one point, it wasn't even supposed to be in a city. I think it's supposed to be some sort of sci-fi theme or whatever, cyberpunk sci-fi thing, and then they scrapped it to put into urban city type thing. And then something else happened, and they're like, "Oh wait, we'll change it." Well, if it comes, good for them, I guess. Alright, good for them. What are some reactions that you guys have also sent in the meantime? The most illegal 2025 illegal trade of 2025 just happened. What? Oh yes, the Grok update where you can just ask it to do stuff.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you we just found some man-made horrors beyond human comprehension? Now, you know, I've talked a lot about artificial intelligence, but I have an example of probably the worst case of AI usage you've ever seen. Now, this is one degenerate Gooner user on the internet asking Grok, by the way, one of the largest AIs in the world, one of the biggest AIs, one of the biggest AI companies, one of the most well-funded AI companies. Yeah, now take off that dress. Just give me the underwear. Now, this is an image editing prompt, and...
I just saw something on Discord. Someone was like, they were like, they asked Grok to do certain things to some pictures of stuff. There's already certain edits of stuff. And I'm like, oh boy.
As you can imagine, the woman that this
That I
happened
can't
to,
show.
well, it was pretty unconsensual. Yeah, I don't know if you've been following this, but literally since yesterday, it turns out that, you know, Grok on Twitter has just been undressing people literally without their consent. Now, one person asks, so Grok apparently hid that media tab. It's actually such a bad problem that they hid the media tab entirely, not something that they usually do with, like, most accounts. As you imagine,
Damn.
there were tons of men, women, and in some cases, apparently children that were having their
course.
clothes removed without any fucking consent provided. In some cases, those children can't even provide consent for that kind of crap. Now, you know, I've been one of those like AI haters, AI dislikers, and the reality of it is like when it comes to AI, like there's maybe one or two things that I've seen genuinely cool, like, you know, machine learning being used to like help like discover proteins and stuff like that, or like fight some level of cancer, do really monotonous tasks for doctors. But in most cases, when it comes to generative nonsense, oh my god, somebody invited me to play Minecraft? When somebody, when somebody literally just like absolutely sits down and plays around with generative artificial intelligence to make videos and movies and music, it makes me want to blow my brains out, because that's the reason why my RAM is getting really expensive. Now my RAM is getting expensive because gooners want to digitally rape people on the internet. That's the most fucked up world we kind of live in. Now, obviously, look, 2026 is literally around the corner. Some of y'all motherfuckers might already be in it. This year could either be a make it or break it. You know, it either could be where this shit gets worse, or it gets to a point where regulations need to start getting kicked in, and a lot of these companies need to start getting kicked in the ass. Now, obviously, look, AI, video, and image generation is one of those things where it really is the genie is out of the bottle. Like, for instance, this is me locally running things in my actual computer. For instance, I asked my local AI to make a paper airplane release from the top of a skyscraper, gliding through urban canyons, crossing traffic, flying over streets. It's just a default prompt for some Chinese model that I downloaded. And it took this about 500 seconds to execute, meaning that for 500 seconds, my RTX 4090 was getting butt-fucked beyond belief. 100% GPU utilization, and you could actually feel my room getting warmer, the fans running at full speed. I probably spent like 50 cents, maybe $1 doing this just for the video. So if you want to go get some gamer subs, you can check it out with code SOG. Helps pay for the... Don't support me in the AI stuff. Don't support anybody when it comes to the AI nonsense. But yeah, you know, to get 5 seconds of this video, I want to ask you the question, was it worth it? Probably not. Now, you know, people say human creativity is going to be expanded by artificial intelligence. To be honest with you, when I actually see what human beings do, it just ends up actually aggravating me any further, right?
Yeah.
Now, people are just using it to make porn. Not normal porn for normal people, which is one of my favorite little creepypastas from back in the day. I'm actually reading more creepypastas. You know, I'm actually kind of on a personal creepypasta binge, so... I don't know. You might get some narration
scary spaghetti
in a little bit. But understandably, right, when it comes to people sitting on Grok, the reality of it is, the reason why I showed you this AI-generated model is because even with thousands of dollars of hardware and a workstation system, which is not what most people have access to, it still takes this much time to generate. It still takes this many resources. Yes, we're burning through so many resources to generate this paper airplane, and you can imagine most people don't have access to it. You know what most people in the world have access to? XAI's Grok. Apparently all you ever needed was to just post an image on the internet, and Grok, literally, not even the actual owner of the image, some random account jumps into the fucking replies and asks Grok to undress you, and what did he fucking do? There we are, ladies and gentlemen, you have now just been digitally undressed for the world. Now, this trend was kind of started yesterday, from what I understand, by like a bunch of OnlyFans models. Now, I understand if your father or mother doesn't love you, but you don't have to inspire people to do something that is probably happening to the average Andy, right? Which in this case, it seems like it is. Like just some random women who had their pictures uploaded like 5-6 years ago before this AI shit hit the wave. You know, all of a sudden they're getting undressed. Guys, same thing as well. You know?
Doesn't matter, you can tell. You can still go like at Grok and then have it do something. Like that's the thing though. You can still have Grok like do certain things to whatever's already posted on Twitter. You can't just do the other thing without the premium.
Fakes happen on both sides of the situation. And for people that are under the age of 18, I'm actually really shocked that Grok has somehow let this through. And unfortunately, you know, it seems like people are still kind of doing it. Now, this is kind of similar to like jailbreaking AI. Like, for instance, one user asks an AI how to generate or make MDMA, and by feeding it a jailbroken prompt, which in some cases is finding ways to bypass the safe guardrails that every frontier AI, well, most AIs have, You can actually get AI to spit out MDMA recipes, teach you how to make fucking meth, cocaine, yada yada yada.
Bruh.
Now, the reality of this is that this was not a jailbreak, okay? Going to Grok and asking it to
You don't
take
even
your
need
fucking
to
clothes
break
off
it, yeah.
is not necessarily a jailbreak. It's just intended functionality of an artificial intelligence system. Now, the thing is, Grok, gives so much access to these resources, pretty much freely available. And it's one of those things where I'm like wondering, like, how did this even happen in the first place? You would imagine, asking any artificial intelligence on a social media service to modify somebody else's looks would already be considered a no-no by the artificial intelligence, right? Not in Grok's terms. And this wasn't as simple as, oh, slap a cowboy hat on this person. A lot of people were just like putting like burqas on individuals, right? Like there were some OnlyFans girls that like posted and they were like, yeah, put some burqas on these women. And Grok would basically make them Saudi Arabian compatible. There was a lot of situations where like, put a goofy eye patch on me, and it probably did do that. But in a lot of cases, all I saw was just undressing nonsense. And it basically turned Grok into Grok Hub for a pretty short period of time. Now, one of the things that really shocks me about this is how brazenly this was happening. Now, to give an idea, this is what we call an actual deep fake.
Yep. People are just asking Grok to put people in bikinis.
I think it was the beginning of this year, maybe it was like the end of last year. There was like one Twitch streamer, I'm forgetting the name of, but they had this huge issue with like, they actually apparently ended up paying for a subscription service to a website that provided deepfakes of like other streamers. And the thing is, unfortunately, these are actual companies that exist. Like in Canada alone, we had one of the most foul individuals. A Canadian pharmacist allegedly was a key figure behind one of the most illicit deepfake sites in the world. A site that you may know as Mr. Deepfake if you were ever looking into the darker side of the internet. Now, this wasn't on the dark web, from my understanding. It wasn't on the deep web. It was literally a clear web website where, unfortunately, celebrities down to like an actual private citizen was just basically being like undressed, and in this case, literally being stripped completely fucking naked. Now, we have laws against this shit, just specifically in the US. There is one law, which I believe finally did become law this year, known as the Take It Down Act, which for anybody that doesn't know, this is basically where in the United States, if you are an adult, let alone a minor, okay? If you're a minor that's being like digitally undressed, go to the FBI. Go file a report. For instance, if you're an adult, literally they say that it shall be unlawful for any person in interstate or foreign commerce, so anybody in the fucking US, if you're doing this kind of gooner shit, might have broken the law to use an interactive computer service to knowingly publish an intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual who is not a minor, so very clearly an adult. The intimate visual depiction was obtained or created under circumstances in which the person knew or reasonably should have known the identifiable individual had a reasonable expectation of privacy. What is depicted was not voluntarily exposed by the identifiable individual, so before somebody says, but you posted a photo on the internet, Muda, I'm allowed to strip you. Bro, somebody posting a photo of them and their family on the internet is not carte blanche consent to strip them naked, okay? I never thought I'd be sitting in a fucking day and age where I had to explain that to some gooner fuck on the internet, but it turns out we might actually be there, boys. The world is truly cooked. So again, what they actually say over here too, so when they talk about a deepfake is actually a digital forgery, so basically means any intimate visual depiction of an individual created through the use of software, so Photoshop,
AI's gone too far,
and artificial intelligence, so generative artificial intelligence is literally mentioned here, or any other computer-generated or technological means, so basically a catch-all.
Like, he's just gonna blur and show some examples. Obviously, I don't need to keep going further, but like, it's fucked up. It is fucked up, man. It is fucked up with what happened there. Right, it is fucked up. Alright, what's this Squirrens Meat feature? Oh, what is this? Oh, we got farming? We got like a little tractor thing here? Okay, that's neat. Cool. Yeah, this is gonna be painful, man. We'll see what happens with the prices going up and everything. We'll see. We'll have to see what happens. What is this about the worst to happen?
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I'm reporting to you from the dystopia we live in. Now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that a lot of the stuff talked about this year has been very, very
Let's
negative.
speed him up.
I think with a lot of negativity, there is actually a lot of silver linings and positivity to look forward to. Let me just take my meds really quickly. And ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, this is a Nintendo 3DS XL. It was $186 a couple days ago. And I was like, trying to figure out how to run a chatbot on this device. Now I'm playing a lot of Resident Evil 5 Mercenaries 3D on this. You know, it's crazy to think we live in a time where game optimization allows you to run goddamn Resident Evil Mercenaries on a 3DS. But you know, times have changed. Ray tracing is a thing, and 30 frames per second is becoming the norm. Duplicated by fucking frame generation, you get 60, maybe 100. Anyways, but the reality is, I think people are just lining up to get these 3DSs because they yearn for a pretty good system. Even though for the same price, you can get yourself one of these AIM Thors and experience those same 3DS.
Yeah, you can get an AYN Thor for the same price as buying a used 3DS.
Games in proper style. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, to get back to the story over here, this is not about the 3DS, okay? To give you an idea, our shit is getting so expensive. When it comes to PCs, you know, I used to watch a lot of PC-centric channels on the internet, I really did. Like, I always loved watching, like, the gaming computer builds, but to be real with you, I've kind of fallen off a lot of it, mostly because, honestly, looking at how expensive computer prices are is, like, frankly, one of the most depressing fucking things, especially if you're a gamer like me. So if you look at the prices for some of these things, like 16 gigabytes of DDR memory, $49 in August 2025, by the end of the year, $189. Oh.
Yeah, this shit was just crazy, man.
Oh shit! You know, you ever want to get yourself like a little hard drive, like a Western Digital Blue? Not even the best.
That's an SSD, not a hard drive. But yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, over the holidays too, like, on freaking Christmas, I had like a back-ordered SSD. Then, like, on Christmas Day, like, straight up, it's like, I get an email notification, it cancels my order, then they relist it for a much higher price. For the 2 terabyte SSD I ordered. They had on back order, like a bruh.
$45 back in August, you know, it's affordable. $102, literally double the price increase. I love this shit. 64 gigs of memory. It used to be $190 in August 2025. Like, I'm not even joking with you. It used to be that cheap to buy 64 gigs of memory. I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, fucking Newegg, man.
The question is, what are you gonna do now that it costs $800? It's goddamn insanity. But you know, I can see your—
Yeah, I guess now my computer has $800 worth of RAM. I have $800 worth of RAM inside my computer now. Might be even more now. I didn't pay $1 for any of that RAM though. Mainly because I got it when it bought like my CPU in a bundle 2 years ago. Or like 3 years ago, whatever. Because I got it in a bundle with a bunch of other stuff. I didn't actually pay for my RAM, but still. It's just crazy, like, you know, like 2-3 years ago, it's like I could walk into like Canada Computers and get shit in a bundle. And like the RAM would be free. I got 32 gigs of RAM for free. And then I got 32 more later that I added on top. Wait, you're in a mountain? Damn.
Here and talk about like these— I think that was the Microsoft assassin willing to find out, because you know I'm about to mention Linux in this video.
Okay.
It's not really about the prices that are kind of the issue. You know, ultimately I feel like we're headed towards a direction where a lot of these big gaming companies, or a lot of these like tech companies in general, particularly I would say Nvidia, actually might enjoy that you buy less of their stuff, because ultimately gamers are getting less of the actual hardware delivered to them, because we're losing manufacturers, we're losing some of these like big tech companies, and they're mostly filling their orders in for the big data centers and shit out there. Like I was reading somewhere that OpenAI literally like just basically stole or grabbed or bought like the most massive bulk order of actual RAM.
Yeah, no, OpenAI didn't get the bulk order of the RAM, they bought the bulk order of the wafers. Meaning they bought 40% of the supply of wafers to produce RAM chips. Not that they actually bought the actual RAM. Which is even more fucked up because, like, the thing is with these wafers, they don't have 100% yield ratio. Meaning that they got 40% of the wafer supply. Which, in practice, means they could potentially have bought more than 40% of the actual freaking RAM manufacturing. When you think about it. Because it's like they bought the wafers. As in before the shit's even processed.
That you can find out, they're basically starving out the competition. Now, this really isn't that big of a joke, too. OpenAI, which is by far one of the largest companies of the guys that made ChatGPT, secure up to 40% of the world's DRAM supplies. That means the world, buckos. And basically, what that means is they work with Samsung, SK Hynix, which, if you remember, these are like one of the 3 main companies that produce this kind of stuff. So here they brought
2 of them, not just 1, 2.
This stuff is intended for something they call the Stargate Data Research Center, which, if anybody doesn't know, this is the US's like literal military response to China, like how the United States wants to be the #1 in artificial intelligence. And apparently they have a budget of like $500 billion. Remember, this is your tax money. This is Uncle Sam's money. All of you contribute to the US government, and this is the money they're spending to be #1 in AI. So remember this, okay? The reason why AI is super duper winning
happening right now and not gaming is because the U.S. government basically backs all of these. They basically back this entire project. So the AI.
Well, it depends, because the thing is, it's probably a lot better than other chips considering how small the RAM is. It's not the same as like a GPU die or a CPU die for the wafer, for the yields, because you have to consider the actual size. But it also just depends on what's going on in the machine when it's doing the thing. But RAM typically has way higher yields than like a CPU and stuff like that. They typically have way higher yields. It's part of why before all this shit, you know, RAM pricing wasn't fucked, and we've been steadily getting bigger and bigger decreases over time. Except for that part in the mid-2010s because India. Yeah, it depends, right? Because the thing is this. Over time, they do get better and better yield rates at these facilities. Right? So they got 40% of the entire wafer supply. But they also have like improved their yields over time. Keep that in mind as well at these manufacturing facilities. So like, it's potentially more than 40%, depending on the actual yield rate of those wafers. But yeah, it's still like around 40%. Though by the time they get processed, it's likely higher than that. And keep in mind though too, like, we're at the point as well where like, you can't even like, none of these companies are able to like even order more for like the next year and a bit from Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron. Like, their contract stuff is like already fully booked, especially SK Hynix. They're booked for like, what, until the end of 2027? So they're like, SK Hynix is basically out. They're booked for the next 2 years. If we include this year, like, they're booked for 2. Fully booked. So like, you cannot get SK Hynix to produce anything for you. Right? And then like, I don't know the whole deal with Samsung, and then Micron is just like, we're only gonna sell to these data centers at this point.
Have effectively convinced the U.S. government, and same thing going on in China, same thing going on in the big countries in the world, to basically spend an astronomical amount of money on this shit. And remember, there is no way in hell that you're winning economically in a battle of finances with the U.S. government. It's just not happening, okay?
Yeah, you're not.
So much money, it actually will blow your mind.
You know, because that's where we're at in this stage. So of course I saw this thing with like NVIDIA where according to them, they were actually going to make it so that if you were going to be purchasing their NVIDIA GeForce Now, which is cloud streaming, like basically where you rent a computer from the sky, starting on January 1st, Ultimate and Performance memberships have a high monthly max playtime of 100 hours. So obviously they said this change will impact literally less than 6% of people, because you have to understand, right? Playing 100 hours a month is probably not feasible for most people. Like, you know, if you got life, kids, a job, all that kind of shit, probably don't even have a couple hours a week sometimes to game, depending on how extensive your shit is. But I always think this is the start of something really bad.
Yeah, it is the start.
Now,
because it's like, once they set it to 100 hours, what happens when they start lowering it further and further? Like, where does it stop? Where does it start? Where does it end?
To give them $10 a month just to get the ad-free services, and again, they bill the ad-free because
they're probably going to
introduce options where, you know, you're playing a video game and all of a sudden you have to see like Blue Chew ads and shit. Yeah, that's the future that I love. That's the future that I.
100 hours is like nothing for me. 100 hours is like actually just nothing. But for some people, they barely do get 100 hours. I can see that. It really depends on the person. That said, when you consider just how much more accessible it is, let's say like someone's like on a train ride or whatever, they have a decent-ish enough internet access on a train, for example. I don't know, let's say they're on like a 4-hour train ride, that there goes like, if they want to spend 4 hours on that train ride doing that thing, then there you go. Right? There's 4 hours gone that day or whatever. If you think of other things too, like maybe they get home or whatever, they're like on for like 2-3 hours. Let's say within that same day, well now that's 7 hours gone out of their 100. Right, like, you know, it's not too crazy for them to blow through all of them. Especially with like how much screen time the average person has these days. Because like, here's the thing too, right? if you spend more than 3.5 hours in a month, like a day in a month, you already go over your 100. You're already basically going over, or you're at the 100 hours. If you spend more than 3.5 hours a day. Right, and if you have, like, let's say a weekend or whatever, where instead of 3.5 hours, I don't know, on, like, let's say a Saturday, you're spending, like, 5, 6, 7, or something, playing something, or some new game released or whatever, and you're, like, just binging the entire thing in, like, over the weekend for a couple of, and then a couple of days, and you just blew through, like, 30, 40 hours of your 100 hours, like, it's really not that much.
Pray for. So again, to purchase and rent these RTX systems, you have to pay like $20 a month. And that includes the shortest queue times, so you get in front of all the other people for your cloud gaming, 8-hour session lengths for anybody that wants to play decently long on their system, and of course access to all of those frame generation reflex technologies that, you know, people just use to get better. You know, instead of optimizing the fucking game these days, just generate the frames. So yeah, this is the stage we're at, where we're literally just paying monthly for like gaming computers in the cloud. And I think for a lot of these companies, they might just enjoy the fact that, you know, people don't have access to actual hardware, meaning that they don't have actual access to the games and software that they own. Imagine if everything is stored up in the fucking cloud. Just imagine the DRM nonsense that you know, the whole stop killing games movement, which is actually doing pretty good, by the way, and we'll probably focus on that in the next couple days. But, you know, imagine we live in a world where, you know, we buy a video game and it's really just a license to a game that's hidden behind cloud server paywalls. Yeah, we're at a point where I wouldn't even doubt by the time GTA 7 comes out, we'll be gaming in the cloud, meaning that we won't even have access to a physical copy of that game or actually have the ability to run it locally. Meaning that the games will never be able to get pirated, which is probably what these companies want. But that also means games, you know, will probably never be able to be modded because without having access to a file structure, it's just not going to happen.
Yep.
But again, this is obviously me looking far into the future in a very negative, pessimistic manner. Now again, am I wrong?
Yeah, 31 consecutive days. I mean, it's still like 744 hours. Like, yeah, sure, that is the amount of hours you have in 31 consecutive days, but like, only having like under a seventh of that as your thing is not a lot. Like, it really isn't that much. The cap is just crazy.
But for now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a bit of optimism that I see over here. And obviously, with how expensive a lot of these things have become, to be completely real with you, it hasn't taken away my love for video gaming. Actually, I've been gaming more than I probably have been. I don't know whether it's like me waiting for Resident Evil 9 to come out, but these are the games that I've been playing recently. Okay, as you can imagine, I have a pretty heavy focus towards survival horror. But a lot of these games are probably older than some of you people watching. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's some people who are watching this video that were born after the release of Half-Life 2, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Hell, I've been playing some of the older Resident Evil games on the PlayStation 1 of all things. Like, I whipped out the old
Yeah, it'd be better to live at the 744.
And having a fucking blast playing video games. In fact, one thing that I've kind of realized is, as expensive as these hardware prices have gotten, one of the things that, like, I've just done is kind of dug out older parts, put an older computer together, and actually just ran things like EmuDeck underneath it. Now, one of the cool things about this is that if you actually look into the Linux community, one of the big positives is that Linux distributions have been surprisingly growing as fast as they can. Now, I'm not going to say it's the year of the Linux desktop. That's a level of copium that even I can't fucking deal with on my channel, okay? But Bazite is one of those Linux distributions that I've showed you probably...
Yeah, like, we probably won't see the year of the Linux desktop for a long time. But hey, at least there's 50% more Linux users than there are macOS users. We're at that point. In terms of desktop users, there's 50% more Linux users now than there are macOS users. Which, considering how tiny that pool is very, very small, but hey, that's a lot more substantial when you think about it. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, if it was me, I would definitely go above 100 hours a month. That is not hard. Right, especially because I stream stuff and whatever, I definitely would go over the 100 hours a month. But yeah, and then the thing is, they're also charging you, like, crazy rates to add even more hours on top after the fact.
In the last like year or 2 years, I've actually been hyping this up for a fair bit. And basically, for anybody that doesn't know, it's one of the most gaming-centric Linux distributions. Where literally, if you don't know anything about Linux and you just want to game off of Windows, download this distribution, install it on your computer, and it pretty much comes with everything you would ever need built right into the system. So if you want to play games like Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon 5, Marvel Rivals, they work out of the box on a distribution like this. No command lines, none of that complicated nerd shit. It just runs your fucking games. In fact, probably faster than Windows, because literally all of the launchers you probably would ever need are built right into the thing. Now, the reason why I've been succeeding a little bit is that if you actually look at the amount of monthly visitors and the downloads for this, people have been downloading ISO files and obviously installing them onto their systems, obviously breaking themselves from Microsoft Windows. Now, whether it's because they can't upgrade to Windows 11 or they've just gotten so tired of Windows 11 breaking and forcing AI slop onto them that they have decided, I'm just going to count it quit and just switch over to Linux, which this is an amazing Linux distribution to actually go to. In fact, I pretty much install Bazite on almost every single handheld gaming PC I own that isn't the Steam Deck. But obviously for me, like, my main distribution is...
I don't really like Bazite all that much. The problem with Bazite is it's a bit... Because it's based off of Fedora, it is a bit, you know, it has some of the issues that you would have with there because it's an immutable file system. But the problem is they got rid of the package manager and stuff in Bazite. So you don't even get the package manager and stuff you would get in Fedora. Meaning, if it's not a Flatpak, if you can't get it installed like through a Flatpak or something, you better hope whatever you're trying to run on Bazite is supported. Because it won't work. Unless you do some weird trickery to go manually add the stuff in the terminal every single time you reboot the machine. That's like the downside with Bazite. But like if you're just using it for like just to go run games or whatever, that's fine. But like there are times where it's like sometimes to even like just get like a printer to work, Bazite is a no. Like you can technically go take like the driver files for like some piece of hardware for another Linux distribution and manually add support into a different distro of Linux. It's not the hardest thing to do. Unless you're dealing with like an immutable file system, because then whatever you do is going to be cleared every single time you reboot. And you have to manually do it every single time, which is kind of a pain.
There's probably CacheOS, but again, for people that literally just want to use Linux to game and they don't want to deal with any of the nerdy headache stuff, which I obviously understand, this is where you probably want to go with. And then of course, installing things like EmuDeck have made it where...
But like honestly, considering like just the supported stuff, it's like... I feel like instead, like for just the regular users, I would rather just use Debian. Like anything Debian based. Because they just have like a lot wider of a, and just an easier app support for various different things and driver support for stuff. In some cases, for a lot of things that do get Linux support, there's just like a basic .deb package you can just click and get your thing working. Like for my pen display, for example, if I want to get it like working properly all the way, like fully functional on Linux, if I'm not using a Debian-based distro, I'll have to manually do some shit to add the driver support for like my pen display or like my printer in any other distro. But if I was running like Mint or Ubuntu or something, I could just install the .deb package and be done with it in like 2 seconds. No, the thing is though, like, because here's the thing, just because it's old, I don't really see that it being a problem. It's more so like, the thing is with Debian, their focus is more on stability, right? So they tend to like run more long-term support builds. It's more so that like you might not get the best performance under certain things, but like for regular general users, like for like the regular user, like let's say your mom or your dad or you know, or whatever, or your grandparents. Like, for them, they don't really know what they're doing, right? They just need the thing to work. Like, for me personally, I would just have them go run, like Linux Mint, or like Zorin or whatever. Just have it skinned to be something familiar to them, right? Where they're probably only really using, like, a web browser. Maybe they need, like, a printer or something to work. And a couple of basic office apps or whatever. Like for them, it's not gonna matter. And that would be like my recommendation there. But like, you know, if you have to like, the problem with like something like Fedora or especially Bazite is if you have like some specific hardware thing that you need to get moved over, right? I mean, with Arch, you have to basically build it yourself. And there's a bunch of other distros too based off of each of the other things. But like, if you're already putting in the research, the effort to do the research and stuff like that, then go to town, do whatever. But like, honestly, like, I still wouldn't like recommend Bazlight as like the first thing for most people. Like, it depends on the use case.
Where I have literally produced and made my own retro gaming box for quite honestly a fraction of the cost. You really don't need any crazy hardware to emulate games like Spyro the Dragon, emulate games like
But yeah, Temple OS Gaming went no. No thanks.
For the last few days. Like, I've been
no thanks.
And one of the things that I can kind of really appreciate is with a lot of older games, I genuinely feel like they're just older games in general that have not just more soul to them, but honestly just
isn't
more,
Temple OS like the weird one that has like the Bible and shit, all the other stuff in there? Some weird Bible shit and whatever in there? That distro? That infamous distro? Like, nah. Why? Why?
It's just more worthwhile playing some of these older titles, especially older games from generations that I missed out on simply because, you know, as a kid, as a teenager, you can't just fucking buy every single game.
Yeah, you give Temple OS to the Pope or something.
The retro gaming community, there ain't no fucking way I'm going to the stores and buying like $8,000 Dreamcasts, you know, $300 copies of video games, when in most cases, a lot of these companies have went defunct and a ROM file exists out there easily to grab just if you want to play a video game, right? I'm not a crazy retro game collector. I'm somebody that actually plays video games versus coveting the fucking thing on my actual like shelf. I think one of the best parts actually about like some of these prices going up for a lot of the hardware is that I think for a lot of companies going forward, I think there's going to be more of a focus on things like optimization. Like one of the things that I saw was apparently because of how expensive just RAM alone is, forget the fact that SSDs are also going up in prices, it's made it so that it turns out a lot of those consoles, like the PlayStation 6 and whatever the future of the Xbox and Nintendo is, those are things that are going to be slowed down simply because obviously producing the hardware is going to come at such a significant cost where trying to sell that to the consumer in an economy like ours is just not that feasible. And I think it's actually a good thing because ultimately, even playing something like the PlayStation 5... I feel
like, here's the thing, even before all this stuff went to shit, they already are having a hard time selling with their current prices to people. Like, people aren't really that buying. Like, you see like the news articles on like the recent Black Friday and how far down all the sales are. And this is including the fact that like 2025 was also the year the Switch 2 came out and sales were drastically down. Oh yeah, the resolution's fixed to 640 by 480 because God told him to. Of course.
Personally, it's a generation of gaming that hasn't actually made it anywhere, you know, to really show off its true potential yet. I feel like a lot of the games that I'm playing are simply just extensions of PlayStation 4 games with just higher resolutions and slightly better frame rates, if anything, right? Ultimately, I'm still waiting to see how beautiful games can really look when they exclusively are made for the PlayStation 5. You know, when you look at games like Grand Theft Auto 6 and Resident Evil Requiem, these are the only two games I'm necessarily excited for, and it's really just GTA 6 that feels like it's the one game that actually is using the hardware to its real, honest potential, right? Like, it's the only game that looks like it belongs on the PlayStation 5, and honestly, I haven't really seen any other game this generation, personally speaking, that's really blown my mind away. I think the closest thing might have been something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and even that game felt like something that probably could have been ported onto the PlayStation 4 if the developer really wanted to push that there. But that's just my personal belief on the matter. Ultimately, at the end of the day, one of the biggest issues with these prices is where the world of artificial intelligence is going. Now, obviously, look, there's so much depressing shit we can say about AI. The amount of scams that have happened because of artificial intelligence has risen through the fucking roof. Let's not forget the fact that pretty much most videos that you watch, short form especially, are mostly AI-generated slop. And anytime I see an AI-generated video, I'll be completely fucking upfront with you. It turns me off so much because I know that's the reason why a stick of RAM costs more than gold these days is because somebody's rendering these goddamn fucking dog videos for literally every grandmother on the internet to watch to their heart's content. The amount of information that is constantly stolen and repurposed by these AI companies, while literally an actual like ISP will send me a letter in the mail simply because I downloaded a fucking video game from 20 years ago, is actually mind-bogglingly baffling to me. Like, it's one of those things that just kind of like radicalizes you in the most negative manner. But of course, with things like artificial intelligence, people are now fearing like, yeah, I'm gonna lose my goddamn job in the future. But then there's like a bunch of these utopia wanting nerds, especially tech bros, that are like, we're gonna live in an age of abundance where literally my only question is, if robots and AI are doing all these jobs, what the fuck are we gonna be doing sitting at home? How are we actually going to be earning an income? What are we gonna be doing? It's literally this crazy utopia that a lot of these tech bros have sort of pushed onto us. And whatever your views are on the AI bubble and everything, the effects that it's causing right now are just purely a net negative. When that bubble does burst, and burst it will, because plenty of these bubbles have come in the past and they've also burst, it's gonna be a real reckoning that honestly the only way to really avoid it is to take your mind off things. And for me, a lot of that is just playing like older retro video games.
The hell? Why the hell is Windows being weird randomly? Okay, that was weird. Oh, because my freaking Duet Abyss macro crashed. Of course.
Open source Linux installed into it. I think in the future, what's going to be interesting is seeing a lot of hardware crash down and a lot of e-waste generate too, simply because of the direction of some of these proprietary.
I mean, yeah, exactly. The problem with all this AI, the hardware for this AI stuff, is like it's all proprietary shit. So like, if they can't even sell it to you on the user market.
Systems like Microsoft forcing users to go onto Windows 11 and cutting off a whole slew of users simply because of hardware restrictions on Windows 10. I think for a lot of people that are sitting with older hardware, using something like a Linux distribution to get the extra bits of performance and actually decouple themselves from these big tech companies is kind of going to be the big features. One of the things that I talked about like a couple weeks ago on my channel, like one of the things that I do want to kind of focus more on is teaching people about not just Linux, but also open artificial intelligence models, because I do understand we live in a world where now that this genie has been opened, there's no putting it back in the bottle, but there is a way of ethical consumption somewhat underneath the system. I also think when it comes to things like gaming, you know, forget about the most modern stuff that comes out there. I feel like the last 2 years I've been fighting with every modern game for some bit of performance on my computer, and ultimately for me it's just made me give up on a lot of modern releases. Like again, the only games that I'm actually excited for next year is GTA 6 and Resident Evil 9. For the most part, most if not all my gaming are video games that are probably 10 to 15 years old, like Resident Evil 4, which somehow still looks absolutely jaw-dropping to this day, even running on an old PlayStation 2 or GameCube, where it's using literal megabytes of VRAM. You know, I'm playing older games on the Xbox, the original Xbox. You know, there was the actual leak, I shit you not, of Halo 2. Now, I wish I could show you some of this, but I'm pretty sure Microsoft would slit my throat on camera if I showed you any of these assets. Because, yeah, I'm just playing older stuff on the Xbox, the GameCube, the PlayStation 2, RPCS3, heck, even PlayStation 4, which sooner or later will become retro. Just emulating stuff, running older games is pretty much where I'm at. And it's something that I think most people will probably have to start getting used to, or maybe they'll be incentivized to experience it simply because buying a new computer and experiencing new games might be something that is economically
Don't worry, your console's next.
feasible for a lot of people, right? Now, obviously, I'm kind of mixing gaming in with these videos, but that's kind of where I use most of like these higher-end systems for anyways. Now, even for things like programming or like hobby stuff on the side, you know, AI is something that I play around with maybe on a local sense, right? I actually do use artificial intelligence just to toy around with in a local setting. You know, I run it locally on my home system. But looking at the future, I really feel like companies like OpenAI, and this goes for most of the AI companies, whether they're here or they're in China or they're anywhere else. You know, as long as these guys are working on frontier models that are not locally running, you know, not the local open-weighted models that anybody can download and run on one GPU, I do think that the future of a lot of this stuff, and I think the future of a lot of the billionaires that are running and funding this crap, necessarily want you to basically not have access to a computer. I really think this is not a conspiracy. I think for a lot of these guys, buying up all of this stuff and, you know, putting it in one area is kind of a way to centralize computer processing and make it so that, you know, if you want to use a computer or access things on the internet, you'll have to go through another layer of subscription services or be connected to these online artificial intelligences. And I think for a lot of people who don't really understand computers right now, they probably won't understand what the big deal is. But I think when you have all of your processing and storage and areas in one central location, controlled by one company that works hand in hand with the government, I think surveillance, I think user control, I think people's freedoms are completely at a line here. I think for a lot of people using a computer in the future in a local manner, if these companies are allowed to, you know, have the level of the level of hardware they're seeking, the level of scale that they want to achieve, I really think that, you know, for us, owning a computer and owning our own information is going to become more and more of a hobbyist thing. I'm not a fan of companies like OpenAI, as I'm not a fan of companies like XAI or any of these AI corporations, because I think they're all just working to centralize this stuff for themselves, leech a little bit off of the government, and ultimately make us spend an arm and a leg to have, you know, a little bit of our own personal computing at home. I think the personal computer, if the conspiracy theory in my head comes true, basically becomes the cloud shared computer that is ultimately overseen by these organizations.
I don't want that.
It's a pretty scary future. And
it's very scary.
I really hope this bubble crashes. I really hope at some point, not the government, because you can't trust.
We need the freaking bubble to crash, and not just crash. We need it to like explode, and, like not just like crash or pop or whatever. We need it to like really go. Yeah, there's also just a more practical aspect of what happens exactly when an excavator snaps a fiber optic line at a data center, or what happened in Canada not too long ago when an ISP that has like more than half of the fucking country running off of it has some retard fuck something up, and then there goes like literally everything in the country, and the entire country went down for like a day and a bit. Because you can have stuff like that happen too. It's just, yep. Was this about a permanent ban? What is this?
Refresh. Refresh again, there's an even newer clip. All the comments saying you're a Nazi. Now is Twitch okay with this? Is this its final solution? This is low-key some Adolf. This is just like, guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler. This is, listen, maybe this works on Reddit, but it doesn't work anywhere else. Why don't we have a state where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants? We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years. That's right.
Okay.
That state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world.
That's a great point. The reason why California's GDP is so high is because of illegal aliens. It's not because of all the businesses that are trillion-dollar businesses. It's not because of Silicon Valley. Oh, no, of course not. It's actually because of the illegal aliens.
So fucking stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally.
Yep. It's not because, you know, Microsoft, Google, Apple, and all these other, NVIDIA has all this stuff in there, you know? Those companies are there. Nah. It's not because of that. Right? It's not because those companies exist and stuff. You're surely not. You know, it's not because freaking Meta and Facebook, you know, Tesla has some stuff in there. It's not because OpenAI and all this other shit. They're not based in there, but they still have large offices and stuff in there. Right? But like it's still like it's not like a lot of these companies just aren't there. Oh wait. Right. Oh shit, wait, what's opening here? Wait, which one's the top window? I thought I have it like weird. Oh, freaking Undefeated got picked up as off. I was gonna like check something on the warp server.
The deep space is right.
Just to like finish my last daily. Because I was like holding it off. While this goes.
Anything.
That's right, of course.
You, as opposed to what all the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious? I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this.
That's right, guys. That's right. Hey, guys, keep in mind, the reason why California is rich is because they have a bunch of illegal aliens. That's great. I had no idea. I thought it was the rich tech companies and the fact that it's like an incredible place geographically. It's like right next to the sea. It's always been one of the biggest states. It has one of the highest populations also, so it's going to naturally have a higher GDP. Yeah, okay.
Oh my god. It's rage bait. I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me.
Yes.
I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
This is what happens when you have to see the truth. And if I was rage baiting, it is working. The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP, you're going to get mad.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
It absolutely is fake, and it's completely fake. It's all fake money. So I'll go ahead and I'll show you. Was your life better in the purple block or the red block? Did you have more purchasing power in the purple block or the red block? Overwhelmingly, everybody's saying purple. That's
Yep. Overwhelmingly true. The purple this time is way better than now.
Because basing the GDP off of the human centipede of the 5 most valuable and most profitable tech companies in the country is not a very good indicator for where wealth and consolidation of resources actually is. What about the fact that after COVID, over 90% of the GDP growth and the wealth growth went to the top 1%? GDP is absolutely not a good indicator of what an average person's purchasing power and lifestyle actually is. Wait, Destiny said the same thing?
And then a second thing that's like peripherally related to this topic that's also weird is economists are having a lot of problems right now trying to figure out why so many people are having such negative opinions on the economy when every economic indicator on broad groups of people is outrageously positive. And it's something that a lot of people, and now a lot of economists, I'm starting to see more articles where economists are like, why do Zoomers feel like they're doing horrible in this economy? Because like their wages have dramatically outpaced inflation.
And I read an article as a person sent cost fallacy. Destiny's take on the economy makes me want to give him a Diet Court grocery store. Absolutely. Everybody's disagreeing with him in his comments.
Exactly.
Destiny
Gotta give him a nice guided tour of the grocery store, man.
doesn't eat fast food or buy his own groceries. Just look at the fucking prices. Yeah. You just see this is the thing. It's like but you look at the graph. You look at the graph. I don't need to look at the graph. I went to Wendy's. I went to KFC. This shit's expensive. It's $70 for a bucket of chicken. That's all I need to see. Go ahead.
Yep.
Explain it. They're some of the highest wage growth people of all time. They're doing better than I think even boomers were doing. Their home ownership
they're not.
rates are on track to pass everybody and already are ahead of I think Gen Xers and millennials because millennials under the housing market post crash and everything. Like when you look at like all of the indicators, all the wage growth, all of the educational, like all of these things for Gen Z, they're really good, and for a lot of the economy broadly, they're actually pretty good. But people's economic outlooks, their feelings when you poll them are horrible. People feel like everything is horrible, but
he's
you
just
cannot
looking
find
from his ivory tower. Exactly.
So like, why do people feel like shit is so?
So this is the mind.
Here's the thing. Okay, so this is like something from like a year ago, okay? So like a year ago, I was like out looking after the relatives of the kids of one of my relatives or whatever, right? And basically on the way back or whatever, I was gonna take the kids home or whatever. I got a call from the mom, whatever. They asked me to go pick up some stuff, KFC. For them, sure. Their holiday special. You got, I think it was like, was it 4 pieces of chicken? I think it was like 4 pieces of chicken. 2 packages of like the small fries. And and then I think it was like 2 orders of popcorn chicken as like their bundle, whatever. Their family bundle thingy. And it was like $40. Not even a bucket of chicken. Like, not even the chicken bucket, man. And that was $40. And this wasn't this year, this was like the previous year. So I'm talking 2024. Okay? This is like 2024. This was like holiday season era. Okay? This was like early December of that year. Like, it's fucked, man. I don't even know what it's like it costs now, because like I haven't eaten at KFC or whatever in a long ass time. But yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Menus. Let's say we get a pickup. I don't know. Let's say we live in V4G1N4. We live in Vagina. Okay, they got KFC open here. This is in British Columbia, on the other side of the country. Let's say we schedule an order. It's like pickup time. Let's say it's gonna be at 6 p.m. We're gonna start an order. Let's see what do we have here. Chicken sandwich. A chicken sandwich with the sides, and a drink is $18. You get the chicken sandwich, and then what? What's in here? 1 dip, 1 side, 1 drink, and fries. They're actually showing more than what you get here. You have to like basically, this should be changed with the dip. Wait, no, the dip is there, right? So the fries is included. 1 side, so you probably have to pick between this or that. You get your chicken sandwich and you get your drink. This is $18. This is their special, okay? This is their special. They're not even advertising it as a bucket, but like they say in the thing, they show a picture of a bucket by here. 6 pieces of chicken is $41. Oh, here, let's see the bucket. Let's see actual buckets. $31 if you just get the chicken to 6 piece. $31 for 6 pieces of chicken. Only 6 pieces of chicken, man. 6 pieces only. Okay, this is what we're dealing with here. This is what we're dealing with now. 6 pieces of chicken. Right, it's just 6 pieces. And they're like $31. Right. Like, even if this is Canadian dollars, this is bad. Really bad. A 10-piece original chicken tender, $41. Serves 5, everyone gets 2 pieces. Look at this is what they say here. Their serving size in here. It says, serves 5 people. Everyone gets 2. Everyone gets 2 chicken tenders. What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit, man? Everyone gets 2. The fact that you're saying that you can get a box of frozen ones and like for half the price is also bad. Because it's fucking frozen. 5 dwarves, baby. No, you know what I don't eat fast food often anymore. I haven't eaten fast food much unless I basically get it for free. Right? Oh, that much. But like basically at this point all I do if I'm gonna eat something, it's like I go order at Harvey's if I want a burger. And then they have a coupon where you can get their full regular burger for $3 every time you install the app. So what I actually do, if I'm ever craving a burger and I'm like, I want to go order a burger because this is at least a regular burger and everything, and they do like actually grill it fresh. Oh, that's what they do at this fast food place. I just basically have like an email address that I make a salted email account because it's only one time per account. But what I do is I just make up a new email. What I'll do is like I'll make up a new email or whatever, and then I will just do this. It's like when it gets to like your email address and then like before the thing, right? I'll put a plus, and then I'll be like, okay, so what's today's day? Let's say I wanted to get a burger today. So what I would do is just pretend I have my email address. So we'll just say Reinx email plus, and then I'd be like, okay, today is January 4th, 2026 right now. So I would put 01042026, and then it'd be like at the domain. So let's say gmail@gmail.com, and I would just do that every time I wanted to like order a burger or whatever. I would be like, okay, I'll do it that way. It takes like a little bit extra steps, but like for $3, I just abuse the fuck out of this because this is like a permanently available coupon. You would just put this promo code and you get 1 burger for $3. This is $3 Canadian is what I would do. Right? Because like the regular coupon shit is like you can get 2 original, 2 veggies for like 2 for $8. Now I can get 2 for $6. Or whatever. Like they have nicer stuff on their menu, it's just like the pricing is everything is just like, if you've seen the prices of the other stuff, it's just like a lot more that it's just like I just get the cheaper one. I can put whatever toppings and stuff I want anyways. Because it's like, if your burger place was also like, that you put stuff like you're at a Subway.
So then your conclusion for this is that all the people are wrong and these experts are right? Why would you think that? Like, it's just, why would you ever think that? You're not thinking, like, bro, you gotta think for yourself, man. Think for yourself. Destiny needs to go to Taco Bell and try to order a Mexican fucking pizza. Shit's crazy expensive. Like, I go Panda Express, it's like $19. What the fuck are we talking about, $19? Why do the graphs not reflect reality? I am just, this is really
they don't
just
reflect
sad.
reality.
It really is just sad, guys.
You can't find it in homeownership rates. You can't find it in educational attainment. You can't find it in wage growth. You can't find it in inflation. You can't find it in productivity versus, you can't find it anywhere. So yeah, so when you ask me this question about like Biden and the polls and everything, I don't know if like the social...
Also, the end result, the final conclusion of this thinking is Destiny having an absolute melterino over Kamala Harris losing the presidential election. This thinking leads you to believing that Kamala Harris had a chance to win the presidency. Eventually, when theory comes to reality and ideas become real, I'm right, and this is inevitable. They had a dollar menu here. They don't have a dollar menu here. But you know what everybody still has? Dollars.
Media is dictating our opinions to us like even more, but it's getting really difficult to track like what is actually happening and how do you figure what people are actually feeling, what they're actually doing. It's like it's a very, very, very difficult thing to track right now, I think. Yeah.
It's a difficult thing to track because it's being...
No, if he wants to figure out how it's tracked, Appa, instead, he actually tries to live like a normal person. You know? If he actually tries that for once. And sees how he has to deal with things then. Right? Because, like, Asmon's like saying, just go to fucking Taco Bell or whatever. Go to KFC. Go to Wendy's and shit. I see the fucked up pricing. I know, right? Like, the thing is, like, here's the reality, right? If we had the ability to teleport around the world, nobody would freaking buy food or whatever in any of these countries. And then we would just go through, like, we would just all warp to the cheaper countries, buy everything, then come back. That's what everyone would do. And but in that type of reality, the GDP and everything would be skewed in a different way. Because all the money's just being dumped somewhere else.
Intentionally misrepresented in order to make the public feel like the economy is getting better, while the 1% continuously pillage, degrade, and destroy the way of life of the average American, the average citizen, so they can fund and pay for a Somalian to live out your American dream. While they siphon off the money, and then they take kickbacks and they make money off of the budget, offer the budget stuff. That's it. Let's go back.
Retarded shit I can say.
The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
Absolutely, it is. It's completely fake.
Asmund, shit, tell me what indicators we're supposed to use. Please tell me the
McDonald's dollar menu for $10. The $10 menu.
Like, there it is. That's the end of it. Look at rent. It's
It do be like
just
that.
Outside. Like, I mean, what are we doing here? So he's looking at Grant.
No, like that's the other thing too. It's like, I go look at, like, to order, like, any regular burger off the McDonald's menu. It's like $10 Canadian for just the burger. Not even including, like, the drink or the fries or whatever. Just the burger is like $10. Like, why the fuck am I gonna go there? I don't live near a McDonald's, but, like, it's, like, even worse. It's like, why would I go out of my way to go to McDonald's? And then, like, that's the pricing back. It's like, fuck that. Like, ordering a burger at McDonald's is more expensive than ordering a whole fucking pizza. Like, I could literally, like, order an entire, like, medium pizza for less than it costs to get, like, a burger at McDonald's. Which is crazy.
I'm looking at menus. You think that all the illegal aliens are young? That's not even true. Like, what are you talking about?
Right, like, if I order a whole medium pizza, at least I have food for, like, 2 days. If I eat it for, like, every meal, I'll still have, like, food for 2 days.
Do you think the average illegal immigrant is fucking my abuelita? My grandpa, grandma?
Instead of just, like, a burger for 1 meal.
Maybe we're importing gay illegals. What do you don't think the average age of an illegal immigrant skews downwards? Remember,
I think it does skew downward, but it doesn't mean that they don't age and get older, and a lot of them require healthcare whenever they get older. What argument is this?
Now, I guarantee you, I'm not even gonna go look because I don't need to. I guarantee if you go back, this motherfucker has used the word or is talking about the fighting age immigrant, the fighting age illegal immigrant, or the young men that are all coming over towards. So now it's old people. Now old people are the illegal immigrants. This is like the Uber man.
I know what he's thinking of. He's thinking of the people coming in Europe. And yes, that's true. Overwhelmingly, the people coming in Europe are military-aged men. It's pretty obvious. But there's military-aged men.
Yep.
You know what happens? Is that eventually they age out, and then they need healthcare that they didn't get into.
Immigrant that comes in with every affliction known to mankind. Who's all? It's like what the fuck are we?
I mean, eventually, yeah, it's like, eventually they need the thing. And then what, if they're not gonna leave?
Talking about?
Those people are massive drains on the system. They're collecting food stamps. We're paying for their education.
All of it, and they're getting educated at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you see how ridiculous. Even he thinks it's funny.
It sounds like I want these people here. If you're smart enough to play the system 52 different ways and you still have time to go to class,
we have too many of them. No, I get it. It's the scammers' respect. I understand this, and I feel kind of the same way. But there's too many scammers, and these aren't elite level scammers. These are people that are saying, "Well, no, my hand isn't in the cookie jar. That's no, I took it out afterwards. After I ate the cookie, my hand wasn't in the cookie jar." Like they're not good scammers. It's because the government's bad. The government's letting it happen because they don't want to be accused of racism.
Fucking A, bro. Bring them in. Okay, let the Jews fucking rule us. Let the
I didn't say this, okay? This is not me saying this. This is him saying this.
Somalis fucking scam all the extra money that the Jews are creating, and I guess spread it around all the fucking poor white people.
They might have investigated one case, and it was really bad, and so they got rid of it. But does it really matter when you investigate one case when there's 50 cases? No, not really.
Oh, yep. Why say 50, Asmund? Shit. Why not just say 1,000? Or why not 10,000?
It's nationwide. It's completely endemic. It's happening everywhere. You should know this, Destiny. You didn't grow up rich. You have no excuse for this ivory tower take. You used to be a fucking dishwasher. You know what these people do. You saw it happen. So what are we trying to pretend like, oh, no, there's no way this is happening everywhere? Of course it fucking is.
A billion. There were a billion cases that they didn't investigate. What the fuck even is a case? What does case mean?
Instances of it happening. You want to actually solve the problem.
That's the issue, though. And that's, at the end of the day, that's always going to be the issue. And this is why I'm the realest one of all these fucking losers, okay? Because even Asmongold plays this shit up, okay? Not as bad as Hassan does, but even Asmongold plays it because you don't want to solve problems, because you don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, we're rich white people who don't give a fuck about what happens to anything.
Exactly, and that's the problem. Is Destiny has that mindset. I don't. I still live in the same fucking neighborhood that I grew up in. I still live in the same place that I've always been. The same neighborhood with the same people, and to a degree, it's been gentrified. My extra road was now a bike lane. The cars that were up on blocks are now Mercedes. The people that were walking around selling drugs are now white women jogging around with visors on. And yes, it's changed slightly, but I haven't. I didn't move across the country. I didn't go somewhere different.
It changed for him because all the things that were there before are all gone. And then everything got replaced.
I stayed right here, and I've seen it happen. The fact is that Destiny is right. He and I will have no consequences for any of these outcomes whatsoever. We are completely rich white people that are totally insulated from these consequences. But the difference between him and me is that I know that some of you guys aren't. And that's the reason why I go out and I advocate for this. Because the people that are the biggest losers, the biggest victims of this, are the working class average Americans. It is a class war between people like myself and Destiny is waging against the middle class, the rapidly eroding and, vanishingly small middle class, and the working class. That's the real battle. Who really benefits? Think about this for a second. Who really benefits with bringing in all of these people that are totally unskilled, that are living off of the government? The businesses benefit. The employers benefit. You, as the average person, do not. And here we go. This is Bernie Sanders, by the way.
Sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders. About sharply
open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean that's a right-wing proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
Yes. And it'd make everybody in America poor. And you're doing away with the concept of a nation state.
Yes.
And I don't think there's any country in the world which believes in that. If you believe in a nation state, or a country called the United States, or UK, or Denmark, or any other country, you have an obligation, in my view, to do everything we can to help poor people.
How about that?
What right-wing people in this country would love is an open border policy. Bring in all kinds of people who work for $2 or $3 an hour. That would be great for them. I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. You know what youth unemployment in the United States of America today? If you're white, the white kid, high school graduate, 33%, the Hispanic, 36%, African-American, 51%. You think we should open the borders and bring in a lot of low-wage workers?
He's completely right.
Or do you think maybe we should
Absolutely
find jobs for those kids?
This shit, because it doesn't affect us at the end of the day. Because we're rich, we're gonna be rich, and it doesn't matter, okay? Who cares, right? True, king. Because if you
I know.
actually wanted to solve some shit,
yes,
you would actually try to problem solve. You would actually try to figure out what's going on.
Yes.
You would actually try to do an investigation.
Yes.
You would actually try to get some probable cause.
There's no reason to go and do an investigation when the people that are doing the investigations are complete frauds and they're bought off by the State Department and they're being suppressed by people like Tim Walz because of the whistleblowers.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy. We have more refugees
I can see that
per capita than any other state. That's not just morally a good thing. It's our economic and cultural future.
Like there are whistleblowers that are saying that the investigations and the things that they've run into this were suppressed because they don't want to lose the Somali vote and they want to maintain their vote. So what happens? What happens when the institutions of enforcement are compromised? And they are compromised. They're absolutely compromised. You need a federal fucking investigation. You need to bring people. You need to bring people in who prosecuted this. Biden's DOJ. Great. They should have done it a lot more. They didn't. I wonder why. And also, this isn't about Biden. It's about Minnesota. The fact is that the Minnesota state government is very clearly fucking corrupt, and it's being run by people that have no problem selling out their citizens, selling out real Americans for Somali immigrants that want to change the Minnesota flag to look like Somalia. They don't want to be Americans. They want Minnesota to be Somalia. These people are advocating for the most blood and soil nationalistic policies for their own Somalian country between kicking out Kenyans and Ethiopians. But at the same time, they want us to embrace the diversity of them being able to do whatever the fuck they want. When a Somalia person comes into me, they become a serious one. There are people like that living right here in our city calling for rival clans to be expelled and pushed out. I just...
Damn.
We need to get rid of these people. We will never gain power and move forward as Somalians as long as these people live among us and we don't kick them out. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's have an investigation by the same people that did nothing.
To do an investigation, to get warrants, to indict people in order to actually...
And I agree with you. They should do this. I just don't trust the Minnesota government to do it. It should be the federal government.
Yep.
And even them, I don't even entirely trust to do it. It's a huge problem. I trust them more. I'd rather them do it, but that's it.
But you won't. You're not going to be talking about this in 2 fucking weeks. You're going to move on to another minority group to hate, another trans...
Yep, that's right. The reason why I'll be moving over to another minority group in 2 weeks is because in 2 weeks it's going to be discovered that another minority group is also doing this too. Because this is a cyclical, general problem. And I'm going to tell you something else. Minorities do not have a monopoly on this. Americans, white people, are doing it too. And the worst thing about it is that the white people, for the amount of money that gets spent, you have people like, listen, you know who's going to love this? Rick Scott. I agree these people should be investigated. This is, you're arguing with something that doesn't exist. Yeah, they all are that.
Person to obsess over, or another 32A that should be a 32DDDD in some new fucking video game.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Because, and the thing is, everybody wants to make fun of me. And this is the thing. They're all circle jerking about how wrong I am about video games, but I'm right. And everybody knows that I'm right. And if you think that I'm wrong, why do all the best-selling video games have hot chicks? Why is it that the most famous female characters are all the ones that are ridiculously fucking hot? Why is it that every fucking cosplay is about hot chicks? That's why. Because I'm right.
True.
And you're right, Jesse. And you want to hyperfixate on playing Factorial tutorial and malding out while you're playing Arc Raiders, and yeah, go ahead, do that. That's fine. But I will be here complaining about something else, okay? You're right. I have a broad focus of things that I complain about. It's not just Somalians. He's completely right. There are tons of other minority groups that I complain about all the time, not to mention women. We cast a wide net.
Like, too fucking shit to play anyway. Like, it's so...
Fuck you. He's right about that, though.
Age bait every single fucking day, from one retarded take to the next retarded take. It's just unbelievable.
The thing is that in a world that's crazy and in a world that's retarded, the person who's not retarded sounds retarded. The world has become retarded, and thus people think that I am.
It's crazy to me.
And Sean had no problem with me saying this exact same thing whenever I was talking about the people that covered up the Epstein files. Remember that? He said the same fucking thing. I said that the people that are covering up the Epstein files, you need to find out, no, not the person that told them, the person that did it. I don't care. Oh, they're a pencil pusher. Oh, it's not fair. Good. Maybe they overturned the Biden convictions. Maybe they did. I'll set a fucking example for what it's like.
Like, why are you even pretending to care about the Epstein shit now? We knew that Trump was associated with Epstein before the fucking election, and that didn't sway your opinion whatsoever. Nothing would have swayed your opinion.
Destiny has a lot of accusations against him, but you're still streaming too. For all of the accusations and all of the things that you can criticize Trump on, I think Destiny going out and criticizing for this one specific thing, really, what's going on here? Can't you say that your own fans and your own followers are doing the same thing? They're looking at all the comments and all the things that you've said and done. They're taking the plausible deniability and saying maybe he didn't mean it that way, or maybe because Destiny is pushing something that I agree with so much that I'm going to ignore all of that, and I'm still going to support him because it's a message that I agree with. So the fact that you have fans,
I did not know because I didn't see it.
Whenever you go and you allow this rot to continue, that's it. And average Americans.
You are the rot.
Are tired of having I am the rot. And you know what? Rot is part of nature. Country rotted out, looted, pillaged by a bunch of random a vital point and a vital part of the natural process. Third worlders, and then asked to apologize.
Third worlders? Like,
you're so right, Destiny. Somalia is an amazing place. It's great. Everybody has a flat screen TV, and everybody's rich. For sure. Same with Haiti. I'm sure it's great over there.
Like, I don't want to be like, I don't want to do just like a personal thing, but dog, you live with cockroaches.
That's right. And even I can see it. If I said I live with cockroaches, would I ever expect you to let me in your house? No. Because you'd probably be like, no, you smell bad. I don't like it. Like, I saw those clips. You're going to be gross, etc. I will not bring the roaches over to your house. I won't bring them to somebody else's house. I would never do that.
It doesn't get much more third world than that. What are we talking about?
Yeah, it does. You want to see the shitholes over there they live in? Oh my God. It makes my house look like a fucking palace. It's make me look normal. This guy, this is a typical rich white liberal that thinks that the pinnacle of degeneracy is having a few cockroaches in the house and mold on the wall. Trust me. It can get a lot worse.
Here, bro.
Yep.
This is something that happened before we were Absolutely. This is outrageous. Yeah. I'm tired of it. Most people are tired of it.
Right.
And I'm also tired of pretending I'm right. He has to sit here and listen to me agreeing with myself, telling myself that I'm right. Oh my God. This is such a great clip. It's outrageous. Yes, absolutely. And there's another thing too, is that the...
True.
So, yep.
I'm tired of pretending that we don't hate all...
Oh, you're going to agree with yourself too?
Fucking immigrants in this country. Like, wow. What?
This doesn't work anymore. Just stop. This isn't even worth responding to.
You said it, you fucking retard, when you said third worlders, because you're incapable of separating out criminals from just people that look like people you don't like.
You can try this, and he's getting mad. He's getting very upset. It's okay. It's okay, Steven. Everything's going to be fine. I regularly have separated out the two. And also, whenever they come here and they have no skills and they have to live off the government, that's categorical. Why don't you relax?
Use better words, dipshit. Why don't you say what you fucking mean and mean what you fucking say instead of just saying random rage bait shit for your fucking audience?
The worst thing about it is that I'm not rage baiting. This is what I really think. It is. This isn't exactly true. Sometimes you conflate all of them. I'm sure that I've spoken in generalities before, but I've oftentimes clarified it afterwards. Sure. I talk about it all the time for hours. So yeah, I'm sure I made a mistake here or there. But I think that I've done enough due diligence to show that I'm not really looking at all of them. I'm talking about the ones that are the bad actors and the people that are living off of the system. Yeah. It's pretty obvious.
It doesn't work anymore to repeat your own words back to you. We gotta get these third world out of here.
No, the reason why I did that is because you're making an argument of the way that it sounds. This is, oh, well, it sounds bad because you're saying it in this way. But the fact is that, yeah, actually, whenever you bring a bunch of people over that are from a country where they're not educated, they don't speak the language, and they're from a totally different culture that has completely different values, you're gonna have a really slow and really hard assimilation rate and success rate with those immigrants. Like, yeah, that's the way it is. Sorry. Like, it's not all the same. Somebody from Poland coming over here, or actually somebody from the UK coming over here, they speak a different language. Poland speaks with, every time I see somebody that looks like they had a stroke, I'm assuming they're speaking in Polish.
Okay.
If there's more than 3 Z's, W's, and X's in a word, it's Polish. But my point is that if you take somebody from the UK and you have them integrate into the United States or from Australia, the integration process is going to be infinitely easier than if you're taking them from Mogadishu. This is a reality.
I guess.
But the problem is that because there is a racial connotation with this, we're supposed to admit that it's not true. But everybody knows that it is. It's obvious. It's the most common sense thing that anybody could say. Obviously, people with closer cultures are going to better assimilate. Duh. Of course.
Well, that were indicted on the last Somali shit. We're Somali Americans. They were American citizens. What are you going to do? You say deport them back to their country. They're American. What country do you want to deport them to?
You just said it. Somalia. I want to denaturalize them, and I want to send them back to Somalia on a one-way flight. I don't want these people coming to our country and scamming us, and then for us to pay money to keep them in jail. Like, imagine going to a country. This is what's so ridiculous. Imagine going to a country, scamming them for millions of dollars, and being like, "Oh, you can't get rid of me. I'm a citizen." Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Not after that, you're not. You're done. And if you want to stop something from happening, implement a punishment that is so brutal, so savage, so extreme that no one even considers fucking around with it. And that stops me.
I sped him up to 1.5.
And they are an inhibitor to a nation exercising its sovereignty and being able to protect itself from foreign invaders, then the rules need to be ignored and changed. Like, just because something's written down doesn't make it right. Gay marriage wasn't against the law, was against the law for like decades. I don't base my morality off of the law. And by the way, this is the moral and ethical position. You're gonna outsource your morality, your thinking, your ethics to some random fucking people? They're all dead. All those people are dead. How the fuck are they supposed to know the way the world's gonna evolve? And we're supposed to live according to that. Give me a break. Well, it's constantly changed. Slavery was legal at one point. Yeah, don't care about the laws. Talk about ancient Greece. That's why they have a punishment called ostracism. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of people that are on that. Destiny's mad about this. Oh, here's another one. Destiny listens to Asmongold describing undocumented immigrants as parasites. How much do you want to bet that this is going to be an argument that is going to be against me? It's going to be a personal attack, and then it's going to be laced with moral posturing of it sounding bad. Let's find out. This illegal alien. When you're the person who now has to pay a higher premium for your health care, you have to pay a higher premium for your insurance, for your home insurance, or your car insurance, because these fucking parasites come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites?
Yes, they are.
They're parasites because they take a job? That's a...
Yes!
Yes, they take a job that could have been going to someone else. They take it from someone else. Yes, they are a parasite. That's what parasites do. They are parasites.
Of course they are. Absolutely. Whenever they're taking a fake job and getting paid millions of dollars for it, what the fuck do you call that? So what is a parasite? A parasite attaches itself to a host country, stay with me here. It attaches itself to a host, and then it extracts nutrients, resources, and life force out of that for itself. Now, what part of that is wrong?
Being a parasite? You know what parasite even fucking means?
I just explained it.
This parasitic leads, what's he doing? He fucking came and he worked for his fucking money. Oh, what?
Who's working? They weren't doing anything. Surely, and by the way, oh wow. The economy can't survive without a Somalian immigrant welfare underclass that we have to constantly pay money out of. This is a necessity for America. When Thomas Jefferson and George Washington drafted the Constitution, they were thinking about how is it that we can create a permanent underclass of illegal migrants or immigrants that are, in most cases, costing us money so we can pay for them infinitely. Oh yeah, that was definitely that's what they were planning on.
What, he fucking got a job? What the fuck? What? The parasite.
They're committing crimes, they're stealing identities, and they're
it's like you're complaining about a thing, but you're so off on things. Okay. If anything, like even illegal immigrants probably overall reduce the cost of healthcare because they're paying.
Well, then we should just import all of them, and then why don't we do this?
Oh, that's what I said. Just import all of them. Oh, don't actually respond with substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless. But that's fine, bitch.
Well, of course not, because all you have to do. The thing is that all you have to do is go to. This is a very simple concept, right? Go to an emergency room, and you see a bunch of illegal aliens that can't speak English. Is that costing us money or making us money? You don't need to have all these graphs and statistics and oh no, it makes it up. Think about it for yourself. Think about it for 3 seconds. For 3 seconds. First-hand experience. Yeah, I've seen it. The immigrants are sending money overseas? Absolutely. Not in his neighborhood? Yeah. At worst, it's costing lives? It does. Infinite money. Idris Elba is now Sir Idris Elba. Oh, congratulations for him. I think that's deserved. Good for him. He's baiting you to comment to stay relevant. That's okay. It's good content for me too. I don't mind it. So yes, remember when he said, let's just say it's 50 billion. He literally used the same ad absurdum argument against you 5 minutes before this. I don't know why Destiny is bending over backwards to justify Somalian immigrants coming over and scamming us and living off of our welfare. But from my personal opinion, I don't think it should be happening. I think it's bad. So what is this? If you want to be autistic about it, check the sunlight angles. They easily match up here. Image 1 is from the site. Image 2 is clearly shown in the photo. The building Kitchen is next to is built close to the south. You can see the sunlight shining to cast a shadow. I mean, again, I think Destiny is trying to pick apart the most granular, irrelevant, meaningless detail. Like you have a 42-minute video that's exposing $100 million of fraud, and you're trying to see like, oh well, there's one time that you went there and it might not have been open at that time. What about the other 41 minutes? Why are people standing up for fraud? Destiny likes to always take the opposite side of things. He loves playing devil's advocate for stuff. I don't know really why. Like, I mean, anybody who's coming to the conclusion that this isn't obviously a scam is functionally retarded. And so, yeah, is Nick Shirley lying about his story? Yes. I mean, it's again, like, I mean, I don't see how, like, there's an investigation into this. They've shut down multiple other ones. I don't know why Destiny is doing this. This is the most pointless, like, dumb, like, reductive argument possible. I don't know why you would say that. How long has this been going on? There's news reports about Somali daycare fraud since 2015 onwards. Yeah, so you have all these articles. Everything here is wrong. And this is the Reddit tier, like, analysis that I think Destiny will sometimes hyperfixate on, which is, let's go ahead and let's talk about the inconsistency in the time based off of the sunlight rather than the 50 other articles. Everybody else discussing this. The obvious a priori, now same application under a different name, had already been charged with hundreds of thousands of childcare fraud by the FBI in 2017. Yeah, so here we go. This is in 2017. The Salma Child Care Center in Minneapolis lost its license in 2015. So this is the same place. I can't really read it because it's some other bullshit.
They're probably granting permanent. Oh, they are. They are very lenient.
But yeah, same exact application under a different name. Yeah, and so really, I don't know why Destiny would do this.
I mean, part of the thing is they have these sanctuary cities and shit, where you have like actual retards actually defending them and allowing them to do what they're doing. That's part of it.
Why would you even try to defend this? You could say that you got this part wrong, but then to go and say that the whole thing is fake is ridiculous. Destiny constantly interjects with idiotic takes in an attempt to try and stay relevant. I think that it's really interesting. The exact same location under the guy.
It's cheap labor, right?
Salma Childcare has been charged with hundreds of thousands of childcare fraud by the FBI. What's more interesting is the individual there was charged with fraud for saying that they had 100 children. This was when it appears the child.
I mean, like the thing is, it's like cheap labor to export to what's Clinton? It's cheap labor to abuse, you know? Cheap labor, import cheap labor. And then you profit off of them. Cheap labor to exploit. That's why they like them.
Care center occupied the entire space. Now it looks like it appears half the space, and it's taken up by Abbey Kitchen, and somehow the place is only licensed for 99 children. Here's the indictment right here. And so I don't know why Destiny were engaged in something that's like so blatantly dumb. Like, I don't know why. Why did daycares have tinfoil and spray paint over the walls and misspelled signs? Also, the high-quality learning center has been investigated 13 times. Yeah, how do you defend something like that? Like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? This is shocking to me that somebody would even do this. And then, why don't we do this?
Oh, that's what I said! Just import all of them! Oh, don't actually respond with substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless. But that's fine. It's true. Import every illegal immigrant.
Yes. Okay, well, there we go. I hope you had a good time. And I'm sure all the Redditors are like, well, if you look at the graph, look at the graph, look at the graph, look at the graph. Oh, my God. Well, one day they'll understand. One day, the thing is that right now, they might not get it. They might not understand it. But, you know, I think that over time, they're going to figure it out, bro. They're going to figure it out. They're going to see how it is. And it's going to be sad.
All right. That's another one off the list. Do we do one more react before we end off then? Oh, there's like more stuff here. Exactly. I mean, here's the thing, right? You know, lobbying is just a legalized form of bribery. So, like, yeah. They get everything to gain. With nothing to lose.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
One last one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a new year. January 1st, 2026. And boy, we are starting off strong.
Okay.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know, this year has some exciting things. One of them, in gaming world terms, is Grand Theft Auto 6 is getting delayed again to 2027. I'm sure we'll find out sometime this year. You're gonna be like, wow, Muda, you're just gonna say that and like, you're just gonna say that and screw us all over. Listen, I'm just mentally preparing myself for disaster. But anyways, this is not a GTA 6 video. The reality of it is that, look, last year has been kind of a wild shit show with a lot of things. And this year, I'm kind of hoping for the best, man. I'm hoping that there's a lot of positivity this year. I'm hoping that a lot of the crap from last year, you know, in terms of the government spying on users and us needing an ID card to pretty much access anything. I've heard apparently you need ID cards for search engines, but gotta look a little bit more into that. I hope maybe we divert a little bit from that, okay? A man can be hopeful, okay? And even if not, I'll always come up with some ways to teach you guys about bypassing and keeping your liberties. Anyways, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, something good did actually happen. Apparently, I don't know if you guys have been following, but a huge PlayStation 5 leak actually happened. Now, this is important to me because I've made plenty of videos on my channel where I hack old systems. To give you an idea, one of my favorite videos, probably from like 8 years ago now at this point, is showing you guys how to hack my old PlayStation Vita. You know, confession time, back in the day when I needed to actually watch YouTube videos, this PSP doesn't sit on my desk for no reason. It's a piece of history for me. I used to watch videos on this. You know, I used to watch YouTubers back in the day through a homebrew application. Half the screen would be in black and white, and the other half would be in color. And of course, I would play a lot of PSP games. I played through 2 GTA games, 3 really. I played through Metal Gear, all the PlayStation 1 games I pretty much missed out on, rocked them on this device. And even then, beyond all of it, there was always the goofy shit, like playing a version of Halo on the PlayStation Portable. I mean, this thing means a lot to me. And a lot of it was possible because you could actually hack the system and do things that Sony wouldn't necessarily allow you to do. You know, I made plenty of videos where I've hacked 3DSs, Wii U's, pretty much every single fucking device imaginable. And the PlayStation 5 is for the first time the device that I'm not super duper that excited, mostly because I'm an old man now with an actual gaming computer. Back in the day, I had to hack my devices just so I could play the video games on there, okay? And maybe I did have to peruse Oceans back in the day. I can't really admit to that, but you know, I can't say we're all free of sin, boys. Anyways, PlayStation 5 ROM keys, and I've been reading a lot of hullabaloo about this, like, whoa, PlayStation 5's hacked, boys! We can get free pirated games!
Yeah, out of all the 3 fucking games that exist on the PlayStation 5, one of which is a goddamn pure remake, no, this does not constitute a full hack of the PlayStation 5. No, you can't rip out your console, goatsy it, and run pretty much everything you want. But these kind of keys actually allow people to effectively peek into the boot process of the PlayStation, basically meaning for the average person that wants to hack their system, whether they want to run pirated games, which I don't endorse, or they want to run homebrew or backup, so to speak. Yeah, those people have to be chilling out a little bit. Generally, this is mostly for people who are just like researching the system, figuring out how to goatsy it. Now, they hopefully should have a way to look into the boot process of a PlayStation 5 and figure out which avenue of attack they'll be taking. You know, if you actually look into the hacking of video game consoles, it's pretty fucking interesting. Okay, a lot of YouTubers have covered this, me included, but generally speaking, there's so many different ways that you could find ways into it. Sometimes it can be as simple as going to the web browser of your PlayStation 4, connecting it to a certain site, running a little applet in your browser, having a USB connected to your system with a payload inside, and boom, you've got Linux running on a PlayStation 4. I've shown you that on my channel. I've played Halo on a PlayStation before it was ever officially fucking allowed. Now, the thing is, ultimately, for a PS5 hack, the only thing I'm interested in is turning this little bad boy into a Linux box, just to play some video games on. And back
Exactly. Like, if we get to that point, I'll look into buying a used PS5 just to turn it into a Linux box. Because that's like the only value I would see in getting a PS5 if I can turn it into a Linux box.
in the day, when if all I had was a PlayStation 5 and no gaming computer, this would be a pretty sweet deal for me. It's one of the reasons why I kind of have a PlayStation 5 just sitting in the closet for years, completely untouched. Once I have the ability to hack it, that is the day that thing is getting unboxed and getting it's getting its goddamn cherry popped to that point. So basically, if you're sitting on version 12, basically I guess the most recent version of the system, don't fucking update it if hacking is important to you. If you're somebody who's gonna go and say, but Muda, what if people hack my games? Yeah, consoles are a little bit different, okay? Just because, like, you know, a hack is available, you know, a lot of these console companies generally attest now and check which firmware each box is on, so you don't really have to worry about hackers in your thing. If you are somebody concerned about piracy, where's that, like, big Reddit, like, meme? You know, it's like, leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone! Look, I'm actually pretty excited to see a kind of hack occur, and to be real with you, adding extra value to a box like this, when PC prices are so high, you know, unironically, I could see this actually being used by some people as a sort of quasi-gaming computer.
Yeah, like, that's the thing, too. With the current market as it is, like, once this, like, hack thing, people open the door in here, if you can get Linux on here, that's what people are just gonna do. People are literally just gonna buy used PS5s and shit. Or just go out and buy a PS5 just to run Linux. If you don't believe me, the whole situation around the BC250, oh, this guy even, like, completely sold out, too. He's, like, solid enough proof or evidence of that. Like, the whole AMD BC250 thing, when people finally figure this shit out. Like, people are willing to go out of the way to do that. Especially when, like, these things, like, here's the thing, right? Like, 2 months ago, okay? Like, 2 months ago, these things were selling for 1/3 of the price. And if you bought, like, the full 12-node clusters, each unit was, like, 1/10 of this. Like, if you divide this by 10, and then you multiply it by 12, that would get you 12 of these. Barely 2 months ago. And then now look at the price. And, like, this is even more jank and more of a mess to deal with than hacking a console will eventually be with a PS5. Once we get to that point, like, people will just buy them and snatch them up to turn them into a Linux box. Because, like, I've already seen this happen with this thing. Like, as soon as word got out, this shit just, like, evaporated overnight. The market price, like, doubled and then eventually tripled what it was overnight. Here's the thing, though. People want to intentionally hack it, so they can make it actually useful.
You know, that would be the only thing that would come to me. That would be the only thing that would make any actual sense. Also, running emulators and shit like PlayStation 3 could probably be pretty possible on this device, as would a whole bunch of other systems. One of the best gaming things that I own in my house is a literal jailbroken PlayStation 3. Like, I have one of those old PlayStation 3s with, like, the PS2 hardware built in, and I'll tell you right now, it has probably gotten more use than the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, definitely the Xbox Series X, really any gaming system, mostly because there are so many great PS3 games that I still haven't played to this day. There's so many fucking PS2 games that are perfect, so many PS1 games that just tickle the taint in a way that nothing else can, and obviously all the Super Nintendo, N64, every other retro slop you could imagine thrown at you. I'm telling you right now, if gaming crashes today, right now, I think I could probably still play pretty much everything in my backlog till I die of natural causes, okay? Like, goddamn.
I mean, I can too,
kinda
but
remind me of back
that's
in
a
the day when
different story.
PlayStation 3 ended up getting hacked. You know, it was just
I mean, when I look at like how big my backlog is, I mean that applies to me too, and I don't even have to look at like going onto retro platforms. I literally just straight up have hundreds of games that I have not touched in my backlog. So like, I could also be in that situation too, where like I will die before I actually get to play everything I have, even if I'm including what I have up to right now. And that thing is only gonna get, that list is only gonna grow more and more over time.
back in the day, I'm pretty sure Sony was like, yeah, it's not getting hacked, boys. The PlayStation 3 not only got hacked, but it got pretty much wide open goat seed, pretty much by the hacking community, and it's become probably one of the best homebrew systems that you could buy right now. Seriously, if you have the money and you can find a PlayStation 3 for a good
Oh
price,
yeah,
hacking
it is. That is true. It is a ticking time bomb.
at all. I'm not gonna lie, there are guides literally designed for absolute lemons, like literally the most brain dead people could probably put together and run basic PlayStation 3 exploit tools and actually break in and use it. So if you're somebody that, you know, can afford a PlayStation 3, maybe you find a good deal on it somewhere, you know, and you're living in a world where gaming and shit has gotten so expensive, this might be the only option. The only way this option would suck is if some people found a way to like run AI shit on this, which they probably will. I'm pretty sure the PS5 Pro has capabilities for it. You know, they just buy clusters of these things and all of a sudden play.
No, the PS5 Pro wouldn't be good enough for it anyways. Keep in mind, people weren't buying BC250s to run AI clusters. The PS5 Pro isn't going to be that much better. Like, the PS5 Pro will have double the performance of the BC250, but it's limited by how small its memory pool is. Because it still has the same memory pool. And, like, that's the bigger thing that's, like, limiting these AI models. The bigger thing is, like, the actual, just memory pools themselves. No, there is no fix. The reason why is GDDR6, they're already using the largest possible memory modules of GDDR6, I mean. If they were on GDDR7, there would be a fix, but not on GDDR6. Because if you actually look at the board, they're using 2GB RAM modules already. Well, for the PS3, that's a different thing. But like the PS5, PS5 Pro, they are completely safe because you're not going to be running your AI cluster on it. They do not support the ability to add more RAM to make it viable. Even if you're really confident with your soldering skills and everything, and you could, in theory, just PGA solder a new set of memory modules for more RAM. GDDR6 caps out at 2GB per module, and the amount of module space they have on the board is very limited. It's just 8, so they could have 16GB of GDDR6 RAM. There is no space for more. So even if they could, in theory, let's say the 3GB module exists, like it does for GDDR7, in that situation, then yes, they would be able to go to 24GB. But they're not on GDDR7. Yeah, and guess what happened with Intel's Optane? Intel killed it. But because of patents and stuff, nobody can even bother to resurrect it. Isn't that great, guys, how we have patents and stuff? And that they last for a fucking eternity? And what happens when the company that makes a thing in there doesn't make the actual thing at all that they have a patent for? But someone else, in theory, could, or now there's a use case for it, but the company that has the patents for it, doesn't want to fucking do anything with it? Isn't it great? Right? Isn't it just great? Yeah, we're in a situation where Intel's Optane stuff would be incredibly valuable and incredibly useful. Especially because, unlike RAM, it's not volatile. The other company that has the rights to it literally can't do shit with it. Yeah, it's like... Here's the thing with Micron. They have the rights to produce the thing. The problem is... the only company that can actually produce anything that's compatible with it is Intel. So, like, unless you have that part handled on the other side too, with, like, the whole memory controller and everything sorted out, they're just completely worthless. Like, Micron can go and make more Optane stuff if they want. But, like, it doesn't matter if there's nothing on the market that can use it. And that's the problem. Like, Micron is only part of the deal so they could manufacture the freaking thing. But there's literally nothing on the market that could actually make use of it. Well, technically there was stuff, but like everything that was on the market that could make use of it has been end of life for the past like 2-3 years.
PlayStations are like rare fucking gold again. Remember the days of like the pandemic when trying to buy one of these things was like looking for the lost.
Yeah, and by the time we get to that point, nobody's gonna give a fuck anymore.
Ark of the Covenant. And again,
like the whole thing with patent stuff needs to be reevaluated because it's way too long.
if you're somebody that has like an old PlayStation 5 sitting around, you know, if you're lucky enough to have it, you can actually run certain hacks up to like version I think 5.5 or 7.61, and you can actually run like certain tools, play older games, or like run like homebrew stuff. You can actually have more fun to do. You know, honestly, I wish we lived in a world where gaming consoles just kind of allowed you to do whatever the hell you wanted to them, like a personal computer. But then again, that's what things like the Steam machine are for. Whatever the insane fucking price for that will be. But yeah, you know, we're starting 2026 off pretty strong. You know, there's actually some positivity that I've been looking at over here. You know, and even when it comes to like gaming and shit too. Like, I'll be completely real, ladies and gentlemen. One of the cool things I wanted to show you guys, obviously not enough for its own video, is apparently there was one mod with a demo coming out in March 2026 for a game called GTA Casa City. You know, San Andreas is so gold that there are communities still producing actual full-on games for it. You know, back in the day, companies used to sell this to us for like $30 as DLC.
But yeah, like for the people who are panicking over, you know, AI bros buying up all the PS5s to run clusters, once the stuff is fully available, there's nothing to worry about. The AI bros weren't buying your 16GB VRAM graphics cards. They're not gonna buy your 16GB shared CPU plus the VRAM APUs in your consoles. Because that's even worse. They weren't snatching up all of those cards. You know, like, you weren't having AI bros snatching up all the 4070 Ti Supers, 5070 Ti's, 9070 XTs, the 5070 Ti's, the 5080s. Nah, the AI bros weren't touching that shit. They were either looking at buying modded 4090s on the used market with VRAM mods, or they were buying, you know, 4090s and 5090s. Why? Because they actually have the freaking RAM. They at least have like a large enough memory pool that actually at least runs some models. Because otherwise it's like the other models that they could fit on those smaller ones, they could run on like all sorts of other things anyways, and it's just not gonna matter to them. But yeah.
Now modders are creating this shit pretty much for everybody to just enjoy. And it's just one tiny thing that I'm like really looking forward to. But yeah, you know, when it comes off with 2026, I think this year will be a pretty exceptional year. I think there's a lot of decent games coming out. Look, February, there's going to be Resident Evil Requiem, and I'm completely bricked up and excited for it. And honestly, like, if the PlayStation 5 hack comes out in between that and maybe GTA 6, that'll be something I definitely will. And the growth of I think that we should like,
yes, the freaking do it as macro crashed again.
Probably 12 months. There's probably
freaking BlueStacks is being Pepega again lately. I don't know why.
Gonna be some big advances made in like technology, gaming, and Linux, and all this kind of crazy shit that we're gonna have a lot of fun talking about it. Because really, I think with every year, with everything, like, listen, you gotta take all the bad and you gotta be able to look at the little glimmers of positivity that exist. And I personally think that in some ways things are probably gonna get better. And that's just the world that I kind of live in. You know, for me, I've been kind of just playing more like older video games. I've been toying around with more Linux-related stuff. You know, I've been toying around with more self-hosting stuff too. And honestly, I've kind of just been reading like more creepypastas of anything. I did that for the first time in forever. I actually whipped out my phone at night and I was just on the old creepypasta wikis, just reading stuff out there. And honestly, I think in a lot of ways, we're as bad as things are, okay? As bad as things can be, it's kind of pushed me into an entire method of like looking into the positivity, like looking more into like things that really used to give me more joy and are starting to give me more joy again too. Like, yeah, you know, a lot of modern gaming sucks. Doesn't mean that I can't talk a lot about old retro games. Maybe I can't play some old mods. Maybe I can't just show you cool things. When I played Better Than Dead, like an old, like well, it was an indie, like Hotline Miami style body cam shooter. And even though, like, you know, those are like video games that are super duper obscure, it's stuff like that that just kind of like revitalizes sort of a love for gaming. And it's some of the most enjoyable things too. Like actually showing that kind of stuff and playing that kind of stuff and experiencing that kind of stuff is pretty awesome. It gave me the same sort of like rush that playing SWAT 4 for the first time did. And I don't know, that's kind of the direction that I am too. That's kind of the direction that I'm taking. Obviously, is this year gonna have some bad shit into it? Look, you don't need to be like an expert in spotting omens to know there's some bad shit around the corner. But for all the bad things out there, I think there will be some positive shit to look forward to. And ultimately, at the end of the day, a PlayStation 5 potential exploit may be around the corner. Some glimmering hope here is stuff that I have like a smile for. And you know, will I get to talk about it and be nerdy? Absolutely. That's the shit that I kind of look, you know, really forward to at this point. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I hope you have a great year.
Yep, so there's the whole thing there, yeah. PS5 homebrew stuff is gonna be interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I'll probably just switch over to there if I even thing. Yeah, like, it's like BlueStacks is just being a piece of shit. Oh well, that is what it is. Moomoo Player is funny though. That one was funny, because remember, they're the ones that, like, actually thought I was official art for NTE. That was funny. To be fair, its sales aren't as great as people think they are, but yeah. Like, the end user sales aren't great. But that's a whole other set of messes. A part of it is, like, the Switch 2 is just, like, too expensive for what it offers, man. Right, like, a good comparison. The Steam Deck OLED pricing right here. Right? This is in Canadian dollars. Let's say go up Best. Well, let's say you just look up Switch 2. This is the pricing here, man. Like, what the fuck is this pricing? This is in Canadian dollars. But also, it's just like, what game are you gonna go play on there? The shit is running games in like in a worse state than the fucking Steam Deck is, and the Steam Deck is older by a couple of years. The thing is, as well, for the Switch 2 to even output stuff at a similar performance level as the Steam Deck, it has to be running docked at 20 watts. The Steam Deck can't even run past 15 watts in terms of power draw. So, like, somehow the Switch 2 is even less efficient. Which is crazy. The Switch 2 is, like, actually straight up less efficient. Gen 10 is this year? God damn. I got no hope for Gen 10, man. We saw the state of Scarlet and Violet. We saw Legends EA. You got any hopes for Gen 10? Because I sure as hell don't. After the state of Scarlet and Violet and then Legends EA, yeah. I don't exactly look forward to however those games will run or crawl. Yeah, and then we also have Champions. This is probably coming on Pokemon Day. Right, Champions is likely going to release on Pokemon Day. Or around that time frame. It's like the perfect time for them to release it, like Pokemon Day. Right, like next month. And the next month. That's when we're probably gonna see it. At least that's just my guess. FF14 on Switch, I'd be like, I don't know who the hell playing FF14 will care to play it on the Switch. Especially when you consider that, like, if you're gonna take it portably and take it with you, like, the whole situation around there, right? Like, online-only game because it's an MMO. And then, like, of all the places you'll play it, the Switch. Right, like... Yeah, there's the China-only one. We'll ignore that one. But, like, of all the places... For something that, like, to play Final Fantasy XIV, you would do it on the Switch. It's kind of weird. I know. Like, actually, bruh. It's like, why? It'd be easier to keep the game functional and support the PS5 version than it is to get it working for the Switch. Yeah, so there's a reason why no Genshin on the Switch. I don't know if this video shows it or not. Does this video have Genshin on here? Here's why... Wait, here's why no Genshin on the Switch. Here's why. Oh wait, this is overclocked, not base. Bruh, this is not even what the Switch runs at. This is like a 300% overclock. The guy was like freaking running a 300% overclock on the Switch. Here's like actual Switch Genshin. Unless this is overclocked as well. Because it's pretty easy to overclock it. This is like on the lowest setting. You can see with the freaking grass being that way. This is leeway. He blocked his UID. I don't think it really matters all that much. This is just treated as a regular Android install. I mean, I don't know why he's just teleporting around and like just idling. But there you go. This is like 24 FPS. Oh, ToF is easier to run on the Switch. Like, you should go into Mondstadt, like when it loads a bunch of NPCs, that's when it lags. Because I actually tried it a couple years back on my Switch. I actually tried it a couple years back. And like, it was rough. You can see like there are some like frame drops and stutters already. Like you can see, he's just gliding down here, right? You can see it's struggling to load it. Look at that popping. The crazy popping and everything. The water's a little bit finicky there. Like it's itching. Wait, no, this is sped up. Like, here's the thing, this guy is speeding up the footage. Oh wait, no, he's not speeding it up. I forgot to set it back to normal. That's why it looked fast. Look at this. No, this is what it is at normal speed, like, without it being sped up. Like, there's nothing going on, you see. It is a struggle. It is a struggle. Right, this is like what, 15 FPS or something? With stutters and everything. This is why. This is why you won't get your Genshin on the Switch. It's why it'll never come. Yep. But yeah, if you're wondering, it's never gonna happen, and this is why. Again, like, you can get it to work. It's not gonna be a good idea. It's not a good idea. It's not a great time. But you can get it to work. It's, like, actually just really bad, really rough. But yeah. That's why. Let's see if we can find that one. Well, it would just not work. Did, like, no one even try it? I don't have a spare SD card to, like, try this shit again. But yeah. We'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave the other ones for another time then. And then we'll end off here. Alright then. As usual though guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys all again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'll go get some sleep, but yeah, I'll see you guys. See you.